Revolutionary nationalism was the source and condition of the PRC being fundamentally autonomous in its otherwise seriously constrained global position. The concept of a class nation or a nation for itself is a useful shorthand. Such a nation may acquire self-awareness of its class-like position in the capitalist system, and rise to change it. This explains how China, once hard to define within the European nation-state framework, could have emerged as an independent and powerful modern nation through its struggle for liberation and socio-economic development. It is key here to distinguish between two categories of nationalism, that of the oppressed and that of the oppressor nations. To overturn its internationally classed position, in stark contrast with crippled colonial modernity, the PRC born of national and social struggles had to seek international alliances for support and security while sustaining self-reliance as its foundational national policy. In other words, self-reliance could not be isolation, and China did develop important trade relations during its initial phase of import substitution. This double-class aspect to the Chinese Revolution, both socially and nationally, is also antithetical to the bourgeois nationalism prevalent in Third World anti-colonial and post-colonial endeavors. Both class and nation are ingrained in the identity and nexus of a class nation rooted in the capitalist materiality of uneven and compressed development, amid tensions between domestic class conflicts and anti-imperialist foreign relations. As yet, the Communist Revolution in China pursued national and social liberation simultaneously, where internal class relations had to be readjusted in accordance with more pressing nationalist demands. At times, the party's united front partially suppressed class interests. Similar approaches were adopted to bring around or neutralize and mutualize the upper class within ethnic minorities. This was reassembled as the strategic starting point for Third World solidarity in Chinese socialist foreign policy. The PRC state was then able to chart such compatibility in bridging class-based communist internationalism and nation-based Third Worldism, where the success of a united front hinged on carefully steered class struggle. Politically and ideologically consistent, the dual-natured Chinese Revolution prepared the ground for the new regime's diplomatic crusade to renounce all the unequal treaties imposed on China in the past and to reshape regional and global geopolitics and power relations. As socialism in one country is untenable, both by definition and in practice, Chinese communists had no illusions, and declared that the people who have triumphed in their revolution should help those still struggling for liberation. This is our internationalist duty. It was world imperialism that rendered it impossible for a genuine people's revolution in any country to win and consolidate victory without various forms of help from the international revolutionary forces. 1 China thus went out of its way to provide support and aid to its socialist neighbors, to communist guerrillas in Southeast Asia and Palestine, to Arab and African nationalists, to North American socialists, civil rights activists and black liberation fighters, and to economic projects. In many developing countries, Mao's April 1968 statement reiterated the Marxist position that racial discrimination in the United States is a product of the colonialist and imperialist system, will surely come to its end with the complete emancipation of the black people too. These actions were an attempt to replicate class struggle internationally and produce an united front, rather than simply to export revolution, and were predicated on self-defense as much as on moral duty. The East was indeed red and black in the long history of communist internationalism since the International Workingmen's Association. 3 Over 50,000 Chinese fought the multinational whites during the Civil War following the Russian Revolution. It was reported from the front line in 1918 that the revolution has made a miracle as the Chinese workers take arms to organize internationalist troops. They are devoted to the socialist cause because under their yellow skin red blood flows and brave hearts beat together with the world proletariat. 4. Workers from China either returned home to take part in the ongoing Chinese Revolution or joined revolutionary struggles in their adopted countries. Their loyalty and courage as International Brigade volunteers in the Spanish Civil War is just one of many examples. 5. By the same logic, China drew support and assistance from comrades and friends abroad throughout its arduous journey of revolution. Norman Bethune, the Canadian medical doctor who died on duty in the Communist Eighth Route Army in Shaanxi, deeply moved generations of Chinese people. Mao's commemorative article about him, written 90 years ago in the spirit of world revolution, remains popular. It argued for the necessity of common struggle among the global proletariat and colonial peoples, and pledged that proletarian unity was the only way to overthrow imperialism and to liberate nations and peoples. This is our internationalism, the internationalism with which we oppose both narrow nationalism and narrow patriotism. 6. In the same spirit many others traveled to share the Chinese struggle. That class nations of the world should unite, as in the Chinese national anthem, "Arise! All who refuse to be slaves," was determined by the global power of transnational counter-revolution, in line with classical proletarian internationalism. In search of an internationalist coalition, the socialist countries and Third World were natural allies. Like China, most poor nations found no passage to independent capitalist development from imperialism's creation of peripheries. Beyond decolonization, an escape had to be blazed from the structural impasse of a globe entangled in unending poverty and conflict. China was a major player in the first Afro-Asian Conference in Bandung in 1955. Based on the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence previously codified between China and India on trade and communication in the Tibetan region, a 10-point declaration was signed by the participants on national sovereignty and integrity, equality of all races and nations, and non-intervention in international affairs. Zhou Enlai, the PRC premier, skillfully secured a popular front-style platform, despite such anti-communist voices as Nasserite nationalism, which shielded the brutal suppression of the Egyptian communist movement. China had to perform a difficult balancing act in the region, given its contradictory goals of supporting the communist parties, building a united front with the nationalist regimes, and minimally protecting the ethnic Chinese, mostly as business elites, especially in Southeast Asia. One example was Beijing's ambivalence towards events in Indonesia in 1965, standing idly by when hundreds of thousands of accused communists were massacred. With Bandung as a precursor, Yugoslavia, India, and Egypt initiated the non-aligned movement in 1961 as an autonomous force in a superficially bipolar world. The more radical phase of the movement followed the 1959 Cuban Revolution. Later, in his speech of 1965 at the Second Economic Seminar of Afro-Asian Solidarity held in Ben Bellah's Algeria, Che Guevara identified Cuba, like China, as an underdeveloped country as well as one that is building socialism. 7 When the Tricontinental was founded in Havana in 1966, Third Worldism became almost synonymous with Third World socialism. Although initially supportive of this development, China's growing enmity with the Soviet Union and hence the Warsaw Pact countries, as well as Tito's revisionism, increasingly led it to treat the NAM as a rival. In the aftermath of an unexpected border war forced on China in 1962, with India pursuing a forward defense policy when secular internationalism shattered on both sides, a Sino-Indian discord in Jakarta 1965 aborted a preparatory conference for a second Bandung. Although this alienated some of its allies and split the Bandung nations along the way, China had otherwise been steadfast in supporting oppressed peoples in their struggles, through a string of progressive events, from Congolese independence to the Algerian Revolution. Mao used the occasion of the anti-US protests in Panama in 1964 to call for a broadest united front of the peoples of the socialist camp, of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, of every continent of the world, of all the countries in love with peace and all the countries suffering from aggression, control, intervention, and bullying from the US to counter imperialist war policies. 8 Meanwhile, China maintained its aid operations and friendship diplomacy through gratis funds, interest-free loans, and direct construction projects alongside its service and training programs for transferring expertise and technologies. The THIRD, designed and financed by China in the late 1960s and early 1970s to connect cities in Tanzania and Zambia, was the single longest railway in sub-Saharan Africa. Although China took the initiative in 1961 to repay its debt to the Soviet Union accumulated since the Korean War and cleared it by 1965, it kept a much larger foreign aid program. considerably more altruistic than its peers. According to John Knight, China spent between 5% and 7% of its budget on foreign aid in the early 1970s, compared to 1.5% by the US, 0.9% by the USSR, and 0.7% by the UK. 9 The PRC's international conduct on this front was highly appreciated as a visible and feasible alternative to the prevailing relations between the First and Third World, poisoned by condescension as well as unequal and exploitative exchanges. Serious distortions had already set in, however, with the Maoist strategy and rhetoric of anti-hegemony. Not exactly replacing traditional Marxist class analysis, China's rejection of the camp analysis of Soviet communism versus US-led capitalism did result in prioritizing nationalism over socialism. The French-originated three worlds theory had now been re-articulated in Mao's mapping. The first world was comprised of the US and USSR, the second, the middle elements of Europe, Japan, Canada, and Australia, and the third, all of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. This broad area of the Third World, constituting majority territories and populations as a global countryside, was home to popular resistance that would surround and eventually seize the hegemonic cities comprising the two superpowers. Identifying itself with the Third World rather than the East Bloc, China still defended its own vision of socialism in opposition to what it deemed a betrayal by the Soviet leaders, from Stalin's statism to Khrushchev's revisionism. Indeed, with its own revolutionary path to national ascendance conditioned on liberation from imperialist chains, China's historical experience was more intimately relevant to Third World countries. Beijing was then better positioned than Moscow to impact non-aligned circles. That the Chinese communists resisted the idea that the darker nations should be divided into spheres of influence of the two powers made it a principled ally of the Third World. It was not the Soviet version of three worlds theory, with its partial truths and opportunistic twists, that seized most radical imaginations. Rather, the contingency of anti-communism mostly assuming an anti-Soviet form, as well as the youthful radicalism and third-worldism of the 1960s, enabled the Chinese perspective to gain the widest global currency and true prestige. 10. The notion of the Third World was variously criticized for its shifting theoretical grounds, contradictory ramifications, and mystified rhetoric. From a Marxist point of view, it also displaced class and social emancipation in its bourgeois nationalist connotations by focusing on the nationalist states more than internationalist social movements. Meanwhile, the under-theorized concept of social imperialism, used to describe Soviet hegemony, seemed erratic or sectarian. Disregarding Lenin's original meaning, the CCP adopted the label, paired with social fascism, to condemn the 1968 Soviet crackdown in Prague, among other interventions considered illegitimate by the Chinese, in addition to what were perceived as Moscow's chauvinistic impositions on China since the late 1950s. By the 1970s, the fall of the multi-version theory itself along with the world it once denoted had become inevitable. The idea of a global alliance against capitalism and imperialism as the Third Worldist project, an international political opposition, gave way to the economic primacy of emerging markets and a thriving development discourse. Decolonization could not live up to its aspiration of reshaping an unjust world for popular democracy and global equality. Stuck in poverty and dependency, many countries under weak bourgeois or strong patrimonial regimes were also susceptible to military coups and communal strife. The east wind had subsided, an age of revolution and liberation was over. Losing the world? China's global repositioning. The rigidity in opposing the Soviet line had grave consequences for the international communist movement and the Third World. China's foreign policy became confusing and at times outright detrimental to local progressive forces and to socialism more generally. The seeds of fracture between the two parties had been sown in the 1920s, over strategies for the Chinese Revolution. But it was not until after the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in 1956 that fraternity between the two states collapsed. Despite their historical grievances over Stalin's distrust, the Chinese were shocked and angered by Khrushchev's secret speech and subsequent de-Stalinization. Mao refused the military cooperation proposed by Khrushchev, which he considered to be big party jingoism towards China as a dependent junior partner. China shelled Kinmen in August 1958 as a signal of solidarity with the Iraqi Revolution against U.S. interference in the Middle East during the Lebanon crisis, but failed to forewarn the Soviets. By 1960, as the Sino-Soviet bilateral relationship had soured, the Soviet Union broke the compact and contracts, withdrew aid, and recalled its scientific and technical advisors. They deserted unfinished industrial and defense projects, taking with them blueprints and key equipment. The loss of aid was substantial, despite technically being a loan, with interest payable. It had been duly appreciated. In losing a valuable coalition while simultaneously gaining a powerful enemy, China's foreign environment worsened to the extent that Beijing, amid threats of imminent attack, had to prepare for war. In 1964, China began to build its third front industries, moving over 2,000 enterprises to remote mountain areas, including nuclear and military research and manufacturing institutions. The Maoist strategy, later summarized as digging deep tunnels, storing grain everywhere, and never seeking hegemony, might be hugely wasteful but was believed necessary in these international conjunctions. In the long run, and countering coastal bias, it also laid the foundation in parts of China's hinterland for today's developing the West and BRI projects. Without getting into the theoretical debate between the two fiercely opposed ideological stances, it will suffice to mention here two People's Daily editorials published in 1956 on the historical experiences of the proletarian dictatorship. Mostly in the form of open letters, the CCP published a sequel of Long Live Leninism in 1960 and Suggestions on the General Line of the International Communist Movement in 1963, followed by 9 foundational commentaries in reply to the CPSU leadership. These critiques, of the post-Stalinist doctrine of peaceful coexistence and competition with the capitalist camp, and of the party and state of the whole people rather than the working classes, were of real theoretical significance, especially in light of the CCP's own belated turn to such a change in the 1990s. The Chinese argument focused on 3 central questions: the nature of imperialism, war and peace, and relationships among the communist parties. Point 11. The Soviet position was regarded as a deviation from the Marxist basics of class and revolution, internally prone to a capitalist restoration, and externally a betrayal from the internationalist cause of world revolution. By rejecting the third way of Nasser and the like endorsed by the Soviet line, the CCP represented the more militant wing of international anti-capitalism, embracing armed national liberation. It also promoted a wider global alliance of workers and peasant masses, as well as intellectual and professional progressives, against the Cold War order. The disputes between the two parties were indeed over principles. Practical realities, however, are always more complex. On the one hand, at the first Afro-Asian, Latin American People's Solidarity Conference in Havana 1966, Wu Suekian, the lead Chinese delegate, challenged the Soviets. He asked why they had discouraged wars of national liberation, and collaborated with the US in the UN by voting to send troops to suppress the Congolese people and by agreeing with the unjust resolution on the Dominican ceasefire, while also tolerating South Rhodesian racism. Why had they sat with the representatives of Taiwan, South Korea, and South Vietnam to discuss the founding of the Asian Development Bank? Why had they demanded Soviet-Chinese joint action in Vietnam while attacking China's due effort? And why had they also offered a guarantee of no war in the West, which enabled the US to transfer troops to South Vietnam and elsewhere? 12. These were serious charges. On the other hand, the internationalist commitment in Soviet foreign policy seemed to be reviving from years of passivity. The legacy of October, if with zigzags, was seen as gradually redeemed rather than irretrievably abandoned. The agitated Third World occasioned a substantial and visible exercise of Soviet military power in support of them. 13. The USSR supplied heavy armaments and specialists to the Vietnamese fighting the US, and provided airlift and equipment to the Cuban forces in Angola and Ethiopia when South Africa intervened. It directly deployed troops in Afghanistan and dispatched aid teams for the Sandinistas in Nicaragua and elsewhere in the Third World jungles. Although the concept of proletarian internationalism has been relegated in revisionist theories, the Soviet state furnished some indispensable assistance to the Third World. Even where there was no Soviet military involvement as such, states allied to the USSR or revolutionary movements in conflict with the West were in some measure protected. 14 Again, such involvement by the Soviet Union was not merely ideological but was also a question of direct security as well as a desire to counterbalance Chinese influence. Meanwhile, dictated by the enemies of social imperialism, China's own foreign policy became blurry and self-contradictory, and ended up buttressing certain anti-communist dictatorships and reactionary forces. In 1968-9, while having rebuffed American olive branch when the Chinese were deeply involved, with both weapons and field troops, in Vietnam fighting the U.S. invasion, China started to contemplate maneuvering between the two superpowers. It sided with Pakistan against Bangladeshi independence and sent emergency aid to Sri Lanka in 1971 to put down the left-wing insurgency of the Lanka Samaha Party. It praised the Greek military junta in 1972 and welcomed Ghaffar Nimiri of Sudan to Beijing after the regime massacred the Sudanese communists in the same year. It quickly recognized the 1973 coup in Chile and expelled the Chilean ambassador to China, who refused to comply with Augusto Pinochet. China also accepted a counter-revolutionary coalition against the popular Angolan government that had just emerged from a long war against Portuguese colonialism. Later it opposed the Afghan communists as well, along with the US, Iran and Pakistan. This shocking record shows the slip into an indiscriminately anti-hegemonic project and how it poisoned the potential for an alternative world order. The passage from socialist and third-worldist internationalism to an inconsistent, unprincipled nationalist standpoint might have been situationally justifiable as a temporary measure. It was nevertheless ultimately destructive. This preoccupation with the hegemony of global politics led to China's categorical miscalculations on Soviet power and the East Bloc as a whole, preventing any prospect of a unified anti-imperialist alliance among communist and nationalist states. Khrushchev's ruthless ideological blunder and opportunistic foreign policies, adventurism followed by surrenderism during the Cuban Missile Crisis, for example, and his chauvinistic attitude towards the Chinese and smaller communist parties certainly did not help. He once even used the phrase yellow peril. Mao, too, sometimes forewent international communist considerations and allowed nationalistic sentiment to override Chinese foreign affairs. Yet in its 1956 letter to the CPSU, the CCP presented the dispute as internal, since the basic contradiction of the era was defined as the one between imperialism and socialism. In 1960, the need for all-inclusive solidarity was emphasized in the fundamental interest of the Chinese people as well as the peoples throughout the world. Mao vowed that the two big socialist countries must unite. 15 However, it looks as though the mishandling of contradictions among the people that occurred inside China had spread internationally, with internal disagreements among the communist parties escalating into contradictions between enemies. For all its faults and failures, the USSR had functioned as a powerful brake on imperialist war and money machines. This can be fully appreciated only in retrospect. The disappearance of a union of socialist republics in 1991 was of great social and geopolitical significance, amounting to an unmitigated catastrophe. 16 Even if the CPSU was not on the right side at different phases of its dispute with the CCP, the Soviet state was in the end not subject to the logic of imperialism. 17 Both parties, in their own way, compromised a common cause, by submitting to the Cold War logic of détente or nuclear balance of terror and inflicting fatal damages on international communism and progressive movements in both core and peripheral capitalist regions. The USSR and PRC had each played a critical part in curbing the Atlantic powers, while sharing responsibilities for the end of both the international communist movement and the Third World. The geopolitical difficulties between the two destroyed their own socialist and internationalist assets. If China's position was particularly painful, that is because it also belonged to the Third World and had been baptized through revolutionary national liberation. Moreover, while the Soviet state evolved into a managerial gatekeeper of the status quo, China's Cultural Revolution was a doomed attempt at shifting the communist project out of the orbit of bureaucratic statism. These differences made the alienation of the PRC from so many of its socialist and Third World fellow travelers all the more lamentable. A precious episode of unity of the colored peoples was so transitory that it had hardly made any lasting historical change. Ultimately, it was the communist ruling party's failure either to present a coherent model of social transformation or to consistently support decolonization and development that botched the prospect of Bandung and Nam. There was also structural constraint on the socialist states, which were geopolitically limited in their support for popular struggles in other countries and had to tolerate forms of anti-socialism. The USSR from time to time watched with folded arms when dictators cracked down on labor activists and the military's counterinsurgency campaigns wiped out leftist rebels. Widely seen as ultra-radical, China also largely steered clear of exporting revolution. It was the toxic wrangling around the Sino-Soviet split that was most obstructive to building mass struggles across the continents, eventually demoralizing and exhausting the hope and energy of post-colonial regeneration. Breaking away from their former metropolitan masters, poor countries inevitably became divided, competing for economic and political favors between China and the Soviet Union. Local communists, often the backbone of social change, were forced to fight factional battles between Maoist and other Marxist variants, with dividing parties everywhere in an ever more accelerated disintegration of the internationalism of the classical communist movement. 18 Having drifted away from internationalism, socialism and Third Worldism went down together. The passing of an era of raging popular struggles also predicted the fall of the socialist camp, with infighting among communist states accelerating this descent. An earlier row between Yugoslavia and the USSR, subsequently involving Romania and Albania, became unremarkable in light of Sino-Soviet border clash at the Usheri River in 1969. It was a small skirmish militarily, but marked a political watershed. In a spiral of escalation, successive belligerents from Vietnam in Cambodia to China in Vietnam tore the comrades and brothers apart, with the exception of Cuba, which stood alone as an outstanding icon of internationalism. China's 1979 War of Punishing Vietnam was a military and emotional nightmare, but worst of all a blatant gift to Washington, a statement of its changing attitude towards the U.S. and its desire to draw economic aid from the West. Previously Zhou Enlai, representing the Chinese leadership, had repeatedly confirmed his country's commitment to the Vietnamese party and people, and China was indeed Vietnam's major comrade in arms. Had Zhou lived to see the disaster of 1979 he would have been mortified. China's heavy casualties should be a hard lesson that it must never strike anywhere without moral support from the locals. Such wars were perhaps rooted in bureaucratic nationalism, the culprit in intra-communist relationships faced with capitalist crusades ever since 1917, as compared with an ever more united world of global capitalism. 19 They betrayed the logical belief that socialist national security can only be safeguarded by an internationalist approach. Retracing China's strategic realignment and how it might have contributed to the Cold War capitalist victory, one important clarification is in order. China's diplomatic opening began with the Maoist three-world strategy aimed at containing the Soviet threat and bringing China out of its geopolitical predicament. China could then negotiate on an equal footing with the West and Japan for a political and economic turnaround. Beijing took a permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council in 1971, for which it was hugely indebted to the newly independent countries across a drastically enlarged UN platform. Mao famously acknowledged China's appreciation of our Third World brothers. The next sequence of events, from President Nixon's visit to China in 1972 when the U.S. urgently needed to find a way out of Vietnam, to the renormalization of China's diplomatic relations with Canada, Japan, Australia, and others, and eventually also with the U.S., constituted a breakthrough in the structural establishment of international relations. Ever since the young communist regime had founded itself in the height of the Cold War, the Chinese had emerged unrepentant from each interaction. Despite mistakes and setbacks, China and the Third World enjoyed a real measure of soft power during this period, which has not been surpassed. It was the only time when the Chinese could accurately and confidently claim, in a popular phrase, that our friends are all over the world. China's rapprochement with the US remains controversial. It is crucial to differentiate between the Maoist anti-hegemonic balancing acts against the narrow logic of the Cold War and the post-Mao project of global integration, beginning with Deng's invasion of Vietnam to court the US. The former was indeed a hard blow to radical forces, especially to revolutionary insurgents in Southeast Asia, but it is nevertheless crucial to recognize the two distinct phases. Mao initially did not respond to US entreaties, and China didn't give in an inch on where it stood for concerning Indochina or Korea, let alone Taiwan. 20 Even after the summit, the Chinese side stated clearly in the 1972 Shanghai Communiqué that wherever there is oppression, there is resistance. Countries want independence, nations want liberation, and the people want revolution. This has become the irresistible trend of history. Mao is known to have penned these words. Beijing also declared that China will never be a superpower, and it opposes hegemony and power politics of any kind. It firmly supports the struggles of all the oppressed people and nations for freedom and liberation. After all, China did not sign a treaty with the US against the Soviet Union, nor did it seek hegemonic power. The world Mao envisioned was free of hegemons. He told the Ministry of Foreign Affairs right after Nixon's visit to let him manage his small triangle, and we should carry on our big one. 21 China renormalized its diplomatic relations with both the US and USSR in line with independence and autonomy, as affirmed at the 12th Party Congress in 1982. If revolutionary China sought to work its way out of a nearly impossible geopolitical milieu of encirclement, and tactically accepted the American gesture of conciliation conditional on bilateral equality, the reformist regime drifted rightward and made fundamental concessions. If the Maoist endeavor was to disrupt a bipolar world order by playing on antagonisms between the superpowers, today's policy of global integration has largely given up on resistance, trying wishfully to appease capitalist rule makers. These opposing lines are grounded on China's reimagined self-positioning on the world stage, from socialism to socialism with Chinese characteristics, form the internationalism of uniting the world's class nations to a globalism of capital expansion and resource extraction, from independence to subordination, and, in historical terms, from revolution to counter-revolution. If Mao occasionally deviated from socialist and internationalist principles, his generation nevertheless remained true to communist goals. Their successors became cynical about ideology and have stopped using the word internationalism. But the lost international is a foil to China's new ambition that blends seemingly depoliticized nationalism and globalism, all subject to the power of capital. National rejuvenation and neo-globalism, dreams and impediments. As the tradition of communist revolution and socialist internationalism has faded into a distant past, China's repositioning towards a collaborative relationship with the US as a G2 is illusory. These are two highly asymmetrical economies. In a highly unequal trade and financial relationship, the US has benefited enormously from the cheap and ample supply of Chinese goods and labor, and from its market as well as its dollar reserves. The illusion fades in the case of the Chinese technology company ZTE, where Roscoe Howard, of Troutman Sanders LLP, was stationed as U.S. attorney for a 10-year term, by forced agreement. He was granted the right to oversee all the corporation's business decisions and activities, with his expenses paid by the Chinese. This unilateral imposition embodies the reality of the G2. The choice of the reformers to focus exclusively on one of the potentialities Mao opened but did not intend for China, that of joining the global capitalist system, allowed the US to become the sole global hegemon after the Cold War and assisted it in overwhelming the East. The irony is that now, with its globally unchallenged economic and military supremacy, the US has begun a pivot to China. Contentions between the two are bound to intensify, regardless of what Beijing is willing to accept from its senior partner. The transformation of Communist China from its position of outside challenger to that of rule-taking collaborator in the international division of labor, as well as its transformation into a growth center of global accumulation, marked just another world historical defeat for socialism, no less than that of the collapse of the Soviet Union. Politically, as a newcomer and subordinate in the system, the world's most populous country can no longer be identified with global rallies for renewed anti-capitalism. This alters the intricate national and transnational interactions of today's world. Revolutionary nationalism, necessarily encompassing socialist internationalism, is being replaced by national developmentalism through global market integration. If socialism has to be internationalist because capitalism is global, as are anti-socialist forces, then abandoning socialism amounts to a departure from internationalism. The nature of nationalism within China then changes accordingly, from revolutionary to conservative politics, although the centrality of state capacity in economic nationalism remains common sense. Abandoning communist nationalist and internationalist traditions and subscribing to a globalizing dream of great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation are two sides of the same coin. Chinese nationalism today embraces globalization at both elite and popular levels, with significant support from a young and expanding middle class and the emerging internet generation. Not always in unison, official and popular nationalist sentiments share an air of voluntarism as well as a fusion of authoritarianism and populism, however reductionist these terms might be. China has entered uncharted waters as an alternately submissive and reluctant participant in the global system, while shoring up that same system in practice. China's determination to benefit from global market integration entails reconciling the conflicting interests of domestic, comprador, and foreign capital. Under the neo-globalist worldview, further economic move of going out is made a necessity which has served to obliterate the last element of Maoist internationalism. After decades of taking a pragmatic, low-profile gesture, China has begun to seek a central place on the global stage. Engaging in proactive diplomacy and extensive foreign adventures, she declared that the Chinese approach to solving problems facing mankind, from poverty and conflict to eco-crises, are universally applicable. His new era in search of common destiny for the human community espouses a peculiar nationalism that champions globalization and free trade. Yet the deals imposed on China by Washington to preserve the American advantage, or the West's policy on agricultural subsidies alone, should have taught Chinese leaders long ago about these myths they hold dear. Sheer monopoly and other forms of market disparity are manifest everywhere, not least in the fact of China being widely open without reciprocity from the US or Europe. Chinese optimism contradicts the law of capitalism, and China's own subordination. If globalism 1.0 of China's first reform decade was meant to utilize foreign capital, managerial skills, and technologies to advance an autonomous national economy, then it has since been outdone. Continuing the trend of deep integration since the turn of the new century, globalism 2.0 is a fundamental reversal of the prior self-reliance. It requires Shenge, or a deepening of the reform, pushing towards further globalization that has encompassed a restructuring of state firms and banks, commodification of land, and the loosening of financial regulations on private monopolies. Bearing Xi's own name, this rebranded globalism features two related drives. One is an upgraded dependence on market expansion, particularly due to China's current overcapacity and excess capital. The other is its ever greater reliance on foreign supply of resources, in everything from energy to cereals. Both these features have entailed the exploitation of labor and raw materials. As trade and other disputes have unfolded between China and other nations, unavoidable questions have arisen as to just how much leverage the country can really have. It appears that foreign market dependency has undermined national self-determination and defense, especially in an age of financial volatility and cyber insecurity. Borrowing the image of the ancient Silk Road by land and sea, the mega idea of the BRI was set to create new overland economic corridors and maritime trade routes, physically connecting over 100 countries, 70% of the world's population, and 3/4 of the globe's energy reserves via railroads, highways, electric grids, mines, pipelines, dams and ports. Tapping into desired development of countries, China would use its financial, infrastructural, manufacturing and technological capacities to offer deals around the world. In particular, Eurasian integration was hoped to involve Western Europe as well as the Mekong basins, the Gulf, the Indian Ocean and oceanic nations, and to link Africa and South America more closely. Featuring colossal explorative investments and grand infrastructural projects, the initiative has been hyped as defining China's future development, spurring growth in its western hinterland and industrial Rust Belt as well. It would address issue of internal East-West relations while enhancing regional cooperative networks. It also has a social dimension, as it would export goods, entrepreneurship, and technologies along with schools, medical facilities, poverty alleviation programs, agricultural cooperatives, and pollution treatment plants. It has pledged to honor UN global climate and sustainable development goals by promoting cost-effective and low-carbon methods for a green belt and road. The scale of this scheme, hedged with more than $1 trillion, is unparalleled. Funds are accrued from the New Silk Road Infrastructure Fund and Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, along with older banks to offer interest-free as well as commercial loans. The Export-Import Bank of China, for example, is a policy bank designated to provide concessional loans and preferential export buyers credits. Promising to reform development finance for the developing world, these banks focus on South-to-South bilateral partnerships. Yet, in the years since the BRI was proposed, many problems have surfaced. On the lending side, labor relations through on-site workers and local unions and officials challenged Chinese investors and managers representing central and provincial state capital, and increasingly also private capital. A labor regime permitting poor conditions and abusive management was being transplanted abroad, customarily ignoring locally legalized labor standards. Some subcontracted and even undocumented workers from China worked without any legal representation or protection. Local labor protests have not been uncommon in Chinese-owned factories in some African and Southeast Asian countries. Corruption, waste, and fraud have been rife. The heavily subsidized cargo to Europe has occasionally moved empty containers. Certain going-out projects had nothing to do with development, such as the construction of around 50 casinos in Cambodia. Many others entailed high greenhouse gas emissions, including more than 60 coal-fired power stations. Chinese investments generally lacked transparency and routinely involved bribes and brokerages to the ruling elites of authoritarian states, as frequently reported in Central Asia. Above all, the BRI deals are made between states and rulers, mostly without touching on the local relations of domination and resistance. From the receiving side, the record so far seems mixed, with successes in some cases and resentment in others. The latter, apart from incidents derived from unexpected local conflicts, focused on government indebtedness, and hence the prospect of dependency, local resource extraction and pollution-related hazards, as well as lost job opportunities when large number of workers were brought in from China. Unrest abounded as seen in new ports in Kazakhstan, Pakistan, and Tanzania, railways and especially high-speed rail in Malaysia, Indonesia, and Saudi Arabia, gold mines and a logistics center in Kyrgyzstan, coal plants in Bangladesh and Kenya, hydropower dams in Nepal and Myanmar, and other controversial ventures in Ethiopia, Congo, Ecuador, Mexico, and elsewhere. Quite a few agreements and ongoing projects, involving hundreds of millions of dollars, were later cancelled or suspended. Doubts and discontentments in Central Asia were reinforced by tensions in Xinjiang. Facing severe pushback, from complaints about sovereignty or financial and environmental sustainability to rioting, the BRI appears precarious in the absence of an internationalist commitment, stronger preparation, and the full backing of security assurance. China is a net exporter of capital and assets and the world's top creditor, but its income is barely mid-level. It is thoroughly compromising its own financial health. Its foreign lending rose from being negligible in 2000 to reach over $700 billion in 2019, more than twice as much as the World Bank and IMF combined. 22 Yet the debt issue remains unaddressed despite the need for recapitalization against excessive lending, as though only a shrinking current account deficit could slow these highly risky greenfield investments. Moreover, China's supposed foreign strategic partners in finance, some with direct ties to their own governments, are permitted to take large numbers of shares as well as voting rights in the Chinese financial institutions. The June 2019 research report from the Ministry of Commerce admitted that American investors to China's financial sector had earned $32.6 billion by the end of 2017. If this figure is added to the country's dollar reserve and the level of Chinese investment in the U.S., that number rockets to $1.37 trillion. According to China's lending practice, state commercial banks observe a normal annual interest rate of between 2% and 5% for 15 to 20 years on loans, often containing a grace period of 5 to 7 years. These terms are not necessarily more favorable than other lenders, but beyond the One China principle there is no attachment of fiscal or environmental disciplines, as in the International Monetary Fund model of conditionality. Poor countries risk repayment difficulties with default liabilities, and Chinese loans to 68 such countries, already heavily indebted, doubled in the 4 years through the end of 2018, to make up about 1/5 of their outstanding debt. 23 When Sri Lanka found itself unable to repay its $1.5 billion loans for the infrastructural work in Hambantota in December 2017, the port was formally handed to 2 Chinese state companies under China Merchants Port Holdings as the project's majority shareholder on a 99-year lease. Although this deal was not about clearing debt to EIBC but to obtain needed cash for a national bailout, such events put China on the moral defensive and, not surprisingly, Mahinda Rajapaksa, the newly elected Sri Lankan president, would like to retake the port. Similarly, in May 2018 Prime Minister Mahathir Mohamad announced that Malaysia was to renegotiate the terms of its East Coast Rail link as a major BRI project, and in April 2020 Tanzanian President John Magufuli cancelled a Chinese loan worth $10 billion for port construction, as well as the 99 years of uninterrupted lease signed by his predecessor. The Star China-Pakistan Economic Corridor port of Gwadar is heavily burdened as well by around $800 million in loans plus import obligations from China worth up to $2.2 billion by the time of its completion. Following the common BRI model, build, operate, transfer, the port would be run for 40 years by Chinese operators who would take 91% of any profit American Samoa well as 85% of the income of the surrounding free zone. Africa has accumulated more than $150 billion in debt from China since 2000. Meanwhile, allegations of China's debt trap diplomacy or asset seizures can be refuted by another aspect of the story. A recent research finds that between 2000 and 2019, Chinese lenders restructured or refinanced dozens of individual African loans without any attempt to take advantage of countries in debt distress. 24 The fact that debt relief can happen without formal renegotiations when China unilaterally forgives debt in part or in full, even when there are few signs of financial stress on the part of the borrower, shows the overriding importance of political or geostrategic objectives. 25 It also signals the remnants of the noble tradition of Chinese socialism and third-worldism, as seen in the legend of China in Africa. In summer 2020, in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic, Beijing has forgiven its interest-free loans to Africa and has so far agreed to delay repayments that are due. Outbound state capital, now less than half of Chinese total FDI stock, still goes to under-resourced rich countries and has behaved differently from private capital, pursuing longer-term local economic, as much as social, development. But without remaking the rules, investment is increasingly all about market, profit, and resources. It is ever harder to distinguish Chinese transnational practices from those of other lenders, and China is deep in the game of global exploration and accumulation. Even without colonial character of outsourcing in search of super profits from cheap land and labor, China's relations and contracts in Asia and Africa are capitalist. 26. Could the BRI potentially be transformed into an unambiguously socialist and internationalist undertaking? Before we can answer this question, another must first be considered: can China itself be truly socialist? By skipping this question about the China model itself, it is argued that the outflow of Chinese FDI is not motivated by exploitation of labor and the search for economic surplus in poorer nations. In comparison with the neoliberal pattern of financialization, China has a key advantage in its real economy. Practicing intra-regional local currency convertibility in fund allocation can also be a step towards the internationalization of the yuan, which would weaken the dollar hegemony and stimulate an international framework in defiance of financial imperialism. As such, sidelining the regimes of financial monopoly and speculative capital, the BRI could win China influence in the institutions of global governance, and among such regional groupings as the Shanghai Cooperation Organization and ASEAN Plus 3. The Chinese economy and its overseas expansion are viewed to have exhibited elements of both submission and resistance, where capitalism is not a dominant tendency. 27 Local national media in China has lavished praise on this as a socialist super plan, and gained some solid domestic support. Even otherwise sharp-eyed critics of neoliberalism have been lured by such notions as growth for all, a shared future of prosperity and a human community of common destiny. They imagine that aligning the BRI with locally beneficial development across the globe, especially in the global south, can nurture cooperation and interdependence on the path to some grand alternative to neoliberal globalization. There are a number of controversial issues, however. National development, as opposed to dependent development, once a primary aspiration in the post-colonial world, remains a real concern. The Chinese economy has been stimulated as much as entrapped by the global system, and is thus itself partially dependent. By operating in China for the world market, profit-driven multinationals dwindle the state's fiscal and monetary tools of macro management. This mode of diminished autonomy is unsustainable. Just as pressing is the social concern around exploitation and inequality. Chinese FDI, when rigorous public supervision is missing at both the dispensing and receiving ends, and especially with private investment, does in fact involve the unbridled drive for profit. Conspicuously absent from the debate around BRI is a basic class analysis on international relations. For example, the positional statement of the AIIB reads that its managerial policies must remain flexible regarding labor and environmental standards so as to be compatible with the limited financial capacity of less affluent countries. 28 Using the same excuse, China is strongly against including labor protection clauses in any bilateral trade agreement. Its ambassador to Canada blatantly dismissed the Canadian pro-labor progressive trade agenda as having no place in free trade. 29. China's global quest for resources became an economic necessity before the official promotion of globality, connectivity, equality, sharing, and commonality. For many countries, this is questionable from a standpoint of national and environmental self-protection, and is certainly sensitive in terms of realpolitik. China has been the world's largest oil importer since 2014, and the top buyer in the international energy and mineral markets. Chinese demand immediately and considerably affects prices and stocks. Its foreign investment and acquisition attempts intensify global scrambles. China's appetite for foodstuffs also facilitates multinational agribusiness to supersede subsistence farming in one place after another. Deforestation to aid cattle farming and the cultivation of soybeans and other commercial crops for Chinese consumption is imperiling the Brazilian Amazon. The charge against China of neo- or sub-imperialism is not all undeserved, and questions of profit and financial blunders are about political choice. From a Marxist perspective, capital in search of new resources and markets defines inter-imperialist rivalry and entails capitalism's inherent crises. The test here is simply to observe the direction of capital flows and whether any substantial surplus is sucked out from recipients of FDI, or whether foreign investments are beneficial for local development. Can Chinese investment foster the hitherto unachieved ability of surplus retention while enhancing native development and improving welfare for the locals? Is there a real possibility that China's global engagements could structurally modify capitalist globalism? The intertwining problems of indebtedness/dependency, exploitation/inequality, displacement/dispossession, and environment/resource extraction are only the most palpable among many. Their global expansion runs counter to the stated objectives of the BRI. In the economic background is China's gigantic stimulus package in response to the 2008 financial crisis that was triggered by the U.S. subprime meltdown, and which has greatly aggravated debt-financed built environment and overcapacity in an infrastructural revolution. An antidote to neoliberal financialization and capital speculation, China had the highest investment growth rate as well as the highest investment share of GDP in history. 30 However, as the land and ecosystem of community after community have been wiped out by construction, the national economy has also been exposed to mounting government debt and the threat of the bubble bursting. China has seen its debt-to-GDP ratio balloon to 306%, and this, alongside the policies of the U.S., has driven the soaring global debt. 31 The BRI replicates this pattern on a transnational scale. Capitalized by both state and private as well as multinational investors, and operated overseas, the participating Chinese firms and their mostly private subcontractors binding to the logic of capital cannot be an answer to the quandary of economic imbalances, home and abroad. The argument, then, is that China must solve its own problems before it can offer the world anything appealing. Hyperglobalism cannot be a diversion from difficulties at home. In the end, China must remold its growth towards a more humanly and environmentally sound social model, on which any real success of its global ambition will depend. That is, whether China can refashion globalization would be determined by what kind of society it is building for itself. To date, the image of the Chinese dream has been tarnished by class and social contradictions, and the neo-globalism attached to it is highly dubious. How these scenarios will play out in the long run is a matter of imagination, politics, and chance. Illusions of reinventing tradition, Confucian universalism meets realpolitik. President Xi's Chinese solution and Chinese wisdom have been elaborated by Zhang Shigong, a prominent legal scholar and government advisor, who claims that his program is not about adding Chinese characteristics to an already defined socialist framework. Rather, it uses China's lived experience to explore and define what, in the final analysis, socialism is. This definition is to be universally recognized throughout the entire world. For supporters, such poise has a great deal to do with the depth of China's cultural heritage. In a way, the mainstream Chinese outlook is always worldly and universalist. The pre-modern Sinosphere of East Asia, for example, was a universal system of diversity within unity, capable of absorbing different peoples, cultures, and religious beliefs. To promote such an inclusive civilization is the greatest historical mission of the Chinese people in the Xi Jinping era. 32. The ancient Confucian concept of Tianxia is often expropriated in this discourse. It means all under heaven, a spatial cosmology of grand amalgamation and great harmony. This political order stems from a moral ruling by the mandate of heaven, a spatially differentiated and ritually relational system which otherwise recognizes no stable inner and outer boundaries. The constant internalization of the external produces a boundless realm of wuva, literally nobody and nothing is excluded. As Zhao Tingyang explains, if the Greek polis developed state politics, all under heaven invented world politics. The latter, as an ontology of coexistence and a worldview of compatible universalism, is a superior philosophy for global convergence that transcends the Kantian universe of perpetual peace. 33 China's modern revolutionaries did utilize this notion without its primeval baggage to indicate their internationalism, and could do so because the Chinese had not been agents of colonization. The empire was handicapped at the time of European expansion, and what was once a virtue became a curse. The imperial expansion of China, nearly doubling in size under Qing rule, was mainly a process of unarmed pacification through conciliations and liaisons. In sharp contrast to the European powers and their colonial settler descendants, China did not seek to construct an overseas empire. 34. Aware of the flaws inherent in trendy civilizational discourse, Wang Hui cites China's historically socialist, internationalist and third-worldist moments and offers a more politically conscious, if idealistic, elucidation. The old Tianxia notions of discernment, distinguishing the barbaric from the civilized, and acculturation have no place in the new perspective, but neither does the ossified capitalist system of nation-states and their international relations. By envisaging a Chinese past for the global future in a malleable superstate and supercivilization of civilizations, in place of the coercion and conflict of modern homogenization, the BRI could re-establish mutually respective social relations of communicative global intersubjectivity, combining valued traditions with modern socialism. Highlighted in Wang's radical interpretation of a world historical BRI is the idea of connectivity. If, a big if, the project could remain uninfected by expansionist motives and methods, and look past the political philistinism of economic pursuits in order to spread neoliberal growth, it could open a path for more participation, communication, and sharing based on autonomy and equality. China could then seize the opportunity to end the Cold War legacy of US, Japan maritime dominance in the region and eventually recreate civilization to the benefit of everyone. Methodologically, as overlapping temporalities are integrated into non-static spatial categorizations to invent world politics anew, the familiar panorama of geographically or culturally based identity politics will give way to the political subjectivity intrinsic to universal emancipation. 35 This argument for the blending of a traditional mandate and a new blueprint in a spatial revolution, which would enable China to avoid repeating the catastrophes of colonialism and imperialism, has sent intellectual repercussions across the left. Carrying forward the positive legacies of its former self, the PRC could catalyze global renewal to counter capitalist hegemony. Such is an attractive project for the Chinese leadership to redirect globalization and South cooperation in a post-capitalist fashion. A rising China, engaging the world peacefully and constructively, would help foster equality among nations. 36. Couched in an essentially apolitical narrative of searching for a cure for global ills, this is largely a matter of Chinese left self-projection. For one thing, a repressive hierarchy characterized China's pre-modern social norms as well as the Sino-centric regional order. Equality existed, but only in the demands of peasant uprisings and utopian social thinking. Confucianism, with its doctrines of rigid social hierarchy and oppression of women, is hopelessly reactionary and obsolete. It was, after all, an ideology of the old ruling class. Even modernized, Confucian revivalism is no soft power able to compete with the global ideology of liberal democracy. The revolutionary idea of legitimate rebellion is suppressed in a carefully selective state-sanctioned discourse. China's rich cultural traditions beyond Confucianism, nature-friendly meditation, and market management devices alike, might be usefully reappropriated or creatively transformed, and its deep history can be a source of framing a critical standpoint towards standard modernity. Yet the resources derived from its 20th-century revolutionary movements are far more relevant and powerful. Bizarre scenes of party secretaries conducting ceremonies where they kneel to a statue of Confucius at an ancestral temple or educational campus are a sure sign of ideological bankruptcy. It is also politically escapist, or defeatist or devious, that a communist party should have found it necessary to have recourse to an ancient saint. Another problem lies in the wishful and erroneous portrayal of Chinese tradition as uniformly benevolent and ascendant, disavowing its Han-centrism and obsession with order. The romanticization of Tianxia can never rival pragmatic liberal or realist theories of great power politics, and leading Chinese scholars have unintentionally done a thorough job in deconstructing internationalism by precluding the national and thereby also the international, rendering it conceptually void. Predictably, class is also analytically annulled. For Zhang, a classless cultural nation like China is only tangible in its indigenous, national nature, its authentic Chinese nature, rather than in the party's class nature. China's contribution to humanity will also prove that the great revival of the Chinese people is not nationalistic, but cosmopolitan 37. This crude conflation of Confucianism and communism involves a head-on collision with the basics of Marxism and glorifies China's imperial and conservative inheritance at the expense of its revolutionary transformation. In the depoliticized language of universal harmony, anti-capitalism is substituted for the striving for global supremacy, and the struggle between socialism and capitalism converts to shifting centers of economic gravity. Such a seemingly culturalist perspective serves a political purpose in that it debars self-scrutiny and criticism. The debate is further complicated by the fact that globalization is internal to China, that the country has engaged itself globally, that participating capital in the BRI is no longer limited to Chinese FDI, and that this capital is inadequately regulated by public institutions. It is necessary to be clear that the two conceptual agendas are incompatible: civilizational versus the national, cultural magnetism versus class and universal liberation. Efforts at reconciling them result in discarding socialist internationalism. Such incompatibilities are not a matter of mere intellectual politics, but have direct geostrategic consequences. The question of China going out is inevitably one of realpolitik. Using a bookishly unself-conscious interpretation of neoglobalism as a dual strategy for development and security, it is assumed to transcend geopolitics, both a delusion and a self-defeating promise to the world. As such, the BRI and the thinking behind it are entirely toothless. The fact that China is consuming resources worldwide mostly through bilateral deals is enough to doom its local reception, notwithstanding those projects that are locally beneficial and hence welcomed. As Chinese traditionalism also goes global, geopolitical realities sharply rebuff the fantasy of it being anything like the art of coexisting through transforming hostility into hospitality. 38 While the current global order is dominated by a ruthless industrial financial military complex via the long arms of the judiciary, intelligence, ideology, and media, utopian Tianxiaism denounces frontiers and force. In this confidence in a completely open China, one requisite that has been conspicuously neglected is the ability of state power to achieve any national goals at the global level. In this sense, the Westphalian system cannot be corrected by a civilizational reconfiguration. Indeed, many national boundaries have been arbitrarily drawn as legacies of imperialism, but since the world is neither flat nor borderless, the whole BRI plan appears ill-prepared, self-deceptive and practically defenseless. Believing in its destined marriage to the U.S., as loudly announced by more than one heavyweight politician in Beijing, China overlooks the residues of Cold War anti-Chinese propaganda as much as it ignores the West's new fear of the rival power as an enemy of democracy and freedom. Regardless of its own intentions and efforts towards collaboration and convergence, China has redrawn and expanded the map of global economics and politics. Its current assertive and proactive diplomacy constitutes a challenge to the Atlantic conception of order. Ultimately, the logic of capitalist global rivalry points towards war and conflict. The core powers, once eager to bring China into their remit of market and realignment, have awakened to the China threat. Washington leads the way by reaffirming the U.S. pivot to Asia. Typically, Henry Paulson, former U.S. Secretary of the Treasury, remarked that by a growing consensus China is viewed not just as a strategic challenge to the United States but as a country whose rise has come at America's expense. He also specifically targeted the digital Silk Road that could export Chinese cyber-sabotage and other adversarial incursions into the U.S. and allies. 39 A New York Times editorial advised that given its economic, military, and technological trajectory, together with its authoritarian model, China, not Russia, represents by far the greater challenge to American objectives over the long term. 40 Washington thus needs a new grand strategy to contain China rather than continuing to assist its ascendancy. 41 Secretary of State Mike Pompeo shifted away from Washington's neutrality on disputes in the South China Sea, and on July 13, 2020 he denounced China's completely unlawful maritime claims. The White House has broken its 1972 One China commitment by twice sending senior envoys to Taiwan in the summer of 2020. If the silky package of BRI has mitigated anti-China sensitivities here and there, and if a lack of allies prevents China from engaging in proxy wars in surrounding regions, things can change. The clear consensus across political parties and spectrums in the US, above all, is that a decades-old policy of peaceful engagement with China directly has given way to an era of confrontation and conflict. 42. For profits and rents to be globally clutched, as in the preceding centuries of colonialism and imperialism, military backing is required. The monopoly finance capital of late imperialism has reinvented surplus extraction through outsourcing and the control of global value chains by multinationals. Indeed, imperialism and militarism are inseparable, with wars as a hallmark of their accord. For the existing powers, a rising economy of China's size is hard to swallow. In particular, it threatens what Bruce Cummings has called American Pacificism, the strategy that has defined regional relations since the Cold War. The US cannot tolerate any strategic rival, let alone one ruled by a communist party, powered by modern industries and deemed aggressive in its high-tech espionage of the West. Even if China really has no problem with American hegemony, and the two countries' businesses are intertwined, Chinese development and security objectives defy the US-Euro-Japanese defined and defended geopolitical and geoeconomic balances. US trade and financial wars aiming at sabotaging Chinese technological advances and industrial policies have a following in a largely compliant international community. Washington won't hesitate to resort to force whenever expedient, as demonstrated by the NATO bombing of the Chinese embassy in Belgrade in 1999, among other provocations. The fact that more than half of China's imports and exports pass through waterways under the control of the US Navy alone jeopardizes the Chinese economic lifeline. The grim reality is plain: there is no parity between China and the US, militarily, geopolitically, or indeed in any other aspect of power. It is not this imbalance per se that is at stake, but a straightforward mismatch between Chinese dreams and American realism. Tensions have risen in the East and South China Seas, the Himalayas, and the Korean Peninsula, among other spots under US influence. The notion of Chinese defense as a string of pearls in the Indian Ocean or a 9-dash line in the South China Sea has entailed the construction of artificial islands with military facilities, which similarly engage other coastal parties leaning to US protection and fiercely contested. In 2016, the Permanent Court of Arbitration ruled in favor of the Philippines against China over maritime territories, but contentions there, along with the Sino-Japanese dispute over the Diaoyu Islands, continue to drag on. The Chinese hope for strategic mutual trust among its neighbors remains intangible. Under the Pentagon's encirclement of China, missiles have been deployed in a ring from Okinawa through Taiwan to the Spratly Islands, accelerating an arms race. Taiwan is also a critical actor in all this. Zhang Wenmu, one of the foremost Chinese strategists, has argued for a shift in national security from defending the nation's territorial integrity to achieving global status. But even as he suggested that Beijing extend its control to reach the East Sea line of Taiwan while China gets ready for its peaceful return so that China's effective security border is drawn at the deep water of the West Pacific, Washington made another $2.2 billion arms sale to Taipei in July 2019, and announced a further $7 billion expenditure on advanced military equipment in September 2020. Given the steep military asymmetry between the two countries, Chinese Globalism 2.0, at its most adventurous, is either illusory or reckless. This is not only a question of the realpolitik of national interest and big power rivalries, but also, and more relevant to long-term socialist goals, whether and how a global China, still undefined, might withstand capitalist expansionism, including its own. Returning to the question of socialist versus Confucian universalism, the convergence and divergence between China and global capitalism cannot be adequately understood by either the economic law of market standardization or by the cultural logic of national characteristics. To say that nothing is destiny or preordained by economics or culture is to recognize the primacy of politics, best illuminated by the synchronous singularity as much as the universality of the Chinese Communist Revolution. Any conception of cultural China is politically constructed, and to be defined only by the common historical experiences and liberation movements of a diversely constituted Chinese people. Confucianism or any other cultural tradition is not universally Chinese. Only socialism can offer an universalist alternative to capitalist integration. If culturalist approaches are to be of any value, they must repoliticize the problems and dangers of the current geo-economic and geopolitical situations in a self-reflexive manner. The ideas of shared sovereignty or soft borders, for example, might be worth contemplating for a future people-to-people diplomacy, and pragmatic cooperation might then facilitate ecologically responsible co-exploitation of oil, fish, and other resources in disputed territories. Imperialist demands, such as freedom of navigation by the US and provocative military maneuvers involving more countries, remain great obstacles. Lost in accumulation? Reconstructing the national and international. So far, the developmentalist core of neo-global exposition has largely been left unquestioned. Growth has been taken for granted as an intrinsic right and a fundamental need for the developing world. But this is a flaw of the Chinese plan, and contradicts many of its promises. China's eager market integration, to the extent of being itself a driving force for global neoliberalization, has negated the transformative role it could have otherwise played. Regarding economic gains alone, it is a truism that China is both a beneficiary and victim of globalization. The issue is whether other countries would be able to repeat the more positive aspect of this path, given the increasing unsustainability of growth. The paradoxes born from the challenges of Chinese growth have bred both more openness and dependency, national pride and foreign worshipping, political flexibility and autocracy. By prescribing free markets, the CCP has been remade as an unlikely champion of neoliberalism and globalism. The gulf between its revised socialist ideology and the unambiguously capitalist policies it has pursued is confounding, as are its nationalist-cum-globalist postures. These paradoxes perpetuate an ever more personalized and bureaucratized state machinery, leaving little scope for a coherent socialist position. As argued above, any answer to the question of whether the BRI could be a grand socialist scheme would ultimately depend on how well China can address its own existential dilemmas. If it sits among the most unequal societies in the world, how could it pursue equality abroad? If overaccumulation in China is attributable to the underconsumption of its own underpaid workers, following a management model of multi-level subcontracting, how could it form a different labor regime abroad? And if China depends considerably on the global market, while also encouraging the commodification of its rural commons by private investment, how could it help poorer countries and their local communities to evade foreign dependency and communal dissolution? Would its own exports and constructions not undercut local industrial capabilities? The answers to these questions are already visible. Protective tariffs are lifted and state companies privatized, the labor market is liberalized to take in jobs outsourced on poor terms and conditions, many other mechanisms for imposing the newer international division of labor are becoming established. The point then is not so much about any potential Chinese imperialism, and it would be a mistake to liken a China not using coercive force, or taking monopoly profit, or seeking political domination in host countries to the old colonial or neo-imperialist powers anyway, as whether China's growth model, if transplantable at all, is locally beneficial. In other words, the logical continuity between domestic and foreign policies means that the character of China going global is determined by the nature of its national model. The farther it is away from socialism domestically, the more possible it can become imperialist abroad. John Hobson believed that overproduction and underemployment in a false economy led to scuffles for foreign markets and hence imperialism. The solution lay in transferring income from the possessing to the working classes in the home markets. 44 It makes good sense that the accumulation of China's political and socio-economic contradictions cannot be resolved by blame shifting anywhere. China has to amend its own domestic imbalances of polarization, overinvestment and excessive debt. Apparently, for example, to secure national food supply is not to replace subsistence farming with the global agricultural value chain, nor to acquire land and contract farming in foreign countries. The way to resist imperialism is certainly not to make oneself imperialist. Even if China's neo-globalist position seeks no substantial reordering of domestic and international class and power relations, the so-called rise of China is one commanding factor of our times. Ironically, the resilience of capitalism is nowhere better manifest than in the ongoing transformation of the PRC, where aspects of development have become humanly, socially, and eco-environmentally indefensible. If the People's Republic, on losing its founding distinctions and commitments, is merely becoming another great power, or one of the Lityang, or more likely a conformist subpower, it will continue to be exploited and harassed by greater powers, as well as becoming internally explosive. Moreover, if China's domestic needs remain broadly unfulfilled, and particularly in the perpetuation of massive low-income households, and the absence of free education beyond 9 years and health care for all, and if the economic, financial, and technological foundations of China are not yet strong enough to fend off foreign dependency or external shocks, are there not more urgent and less risky ways of managing the economy than the strategy of plowing massive investment and operations into overseas ventures? The fact, for instance, that many innovation-aspired and risk-taking enterprises are underfunded or at the brink of insolvency, or that wage areas and social insecurity are widely persistent in the informal sector and even among rural school teachers on the county government payrolls, illustrates this strange phenomenon of vastly exporting surplus capital. The recent scaling back of some BRI spending commitments could perhaps be an opportunity to strategically shift investment priorities, away from superficial international competition or globally buying support and back to domestic social needs. Only advances towards socialism at home could offer China a stable foundation for its global adventures that might become fruitful in the direction of socialist internationalism. Again, China cannot reshape the world before it starts to correct its own missteps. The retreat of the PRC state is an indication of the extent to which its initial goal of providing a socialist and internationalist alternative has been diluted, and it is also a causal factor in this dilution. The theoretical indivisibility and dense connections between socialism and internationalism can be seen in China's simultaneous departure from both domestic socialist policies and internationalist ones. The neo-globalist approach that replaced these policies has been criticized for its generally pro-US stance in the UN Security Council, and indifference to global anti-capitalist/imperialist forums and movements, as well as to regional liberation struggles such as in the Middle East and Latin America. China's lost world of the social and the international, also shown in its indifference to the popular struggles around the World Social Forum slogan that another world is possible, is nevertheless vital for the country's own renewal. While the ideology of capitalist superiority and teleology might seem somehow proven by market transitions, the system is continuing to cause multifold devastation. Given that socialism and internationalism are mutually embedded and committed, nationalism must be checked by socialism and internationalism. A sounder position for China, both morally and strategically, would be to stand in solidarity with the reconstructed global Southern Front and win back trust and support regionally and globally, with a long-term aim of overcoming capitalism as the only viable path towards justice and peace. Part 4. Socialism, the Spectre. 8. The impasse of ideological defeatism. As noted, a standard Marxist criticism of the CCP attacks its petty bourgeois character. The founders of the party were intellectuals while the revolution took the form of a land-centered peasant struggle. But the Chinese Revolution for both national and social liberation was intended to pave the way for socialism. In that sense, the party was proletarian in nature, in strictly Marxian terms. The Chinese communists were conscious modernizers, and socialist modernity in China aimed to encompass political and social power, socio-economic development, and cultural transformation. As such, the revolutionary alternative was not essentially about any national characteristic but addressed the universality of socialism as emancipation. It was to be a political project of defeating capitalism, rather than a cultural one of competing with the West, as exemplified in the Sinicization of Marxism. Conceptually then the socialist revolution is at once singular and universal, and does not in any sense represent just another variant that pluralizes modernity or the global. Despite being structurally confined to the parameters of the capitalist epoch, and having now also largely abandoned its anti-capitalist ambition, a combination of organizational continuity and ideological break is most instructive for understanding the party today. The signification of culture in China can be as broad as the way of life and as specific as Maoist ideological struggle or Gramscian hegemony and counter-hegemony. The Frankfurt School's critiques are also resonant in a cultural landscape swept by the commodification of values as well as digitized consumption. Remarkably, China has never ceased to be a politically searching and engaged community. People discuss and argue passionately through all kinds of media. They do so in the midst of fervent consumerism and political cynicism on the one hand and a monotonous lingua franca of propaganda and repression on the other, under various censorships, not only of state but also of its financial capital which has achieved significant power over information flow and public opinion. The irony is that the government's preferential policies are what have nurtured such companies in the hitherto guarded content and media communication industry, only to undercut its own political and ideological autonomy. The relevant debates are representative of liberal politicization in response to official depoliticization, and socialist repoliticization against both state-led and anti-state capitalism. Concerning the nature of the Chinese regime and society today, is there a China model? How is the meaning of political reform, supposedly lagging behind economic reform, contested? What kind of cultural politics is needed and feasible for change? Where is the party's theoretical work oriented? Such questions defy any notion that there is a predestined natural evolution for a new era of socialism with Chinese characteristics. Farewell to revolution. In urban China, the 1980s is known as a decade of cultural fever and neo-enlightenment. These terms refer to a flourishing of scar literature or stories of the wounded, misty poetry about perplexed youth or lost individuality, the production of avant-garde artworks and the excitement over the new mantra of boundless reading without forbidden areas. While public discussions of socialism, humanism, democracy, the purpose of socialist production and so on have receded since the late 1970s, critical and creative energy salvaged from a closed and stifling monoculture was not just liberating, it was explosive. There were big translation projects to introduce Western schools of thought, from liberal humanism to ideas about market rationality. Alongside the official reformist discourse of deradicalization and de-ideologization, influential scholars were engaged in rethinking radicalism and criticizing ultra-leftism as social feudalism or feudal despotism. In the vanguard of this post-cultural revolution agitation, culture became a fifth or political modernization, the other four being industrial, agricultural, military, and scientific/technological, as advocated by the 1978 Democracy Wall movement. This movement was initiated in Beijing, spreading briefly to other cities, and ended by Deng Xiaoping calling to uphold socialism and the CCP leadership, known as the Four Cardinal Principles. Ideologically directed public discourse, as Mao stressed, always led the way for any revolution or counter-revolution. A social Darwinist flavor present in offerings such as River Elegy, a popular TV show that celebrated the Western outward-facing blue civilizations over the Chinese inward-facing yellow one, helps to show how such discourses functioned. The cultural products of neo-enlightenment shared a common penchant for Oriental Orientalism that was uncritical of the West and of modernity. Riding on the reformist wave among a population exhausted by economic austerity and political turbulence, and also echoing the intellectual revolts in the communist bloc, the philosopher Li Zihao borrowed from distinguished American scholars such as Joseph Levinson and Benjamin Schwartz to revisit the communist revolution in China. He reframed the tradition, modernity binary in the Chinese context and argued that revolutionary radicalism since the May 4th was the mistake of the century, as the impulse for national salvation was allowed to overwhelm cultural enlightenment. Moreover, as the communist revolution had to root itself in the backward rural bases and peasant population, a designated modern undertaking was inadvertently corrupted by the pre-modern propensities of feudalism and despotism. These unfortunate circumstances then hindered the spread of liberal thoughts and hence of modernization in China. 1. He and his followers sought to remedy this with a paradigm shift, away from the thinking and meta-narrative of revolution. One obvious error here, however, is the false separation of what were inseparable, the national and social dimensions of the revolution, and another is the lack of historical awareness about the absence of an alternative to such a revolution, and about its foundational achievements. Failure to understand the counter-revolution is just as problematic. The rediscovered Golden Nanjing Decade of 1927–37, for example, disregarded the fascist GMD rule. Meanwhile, some politically leftist advocates of a new enlightenment developed an interest in the intellectual dissent and cultural conservatism of Carl Schmitt and Leo Strauss. Among them, Gan Yang wrote an influential essay on the predicament of contemporary liberalism, in which he criticized aristocratic liberty from the point of view of mass democracy. 2. Even in such a corrective effort, the Maoist conception and practice of people's democracy were safely avoided. The debate over the farewell to revolution, as it was subsequently dubbed, was prominent as China ended its revolutionary century with the party's embrace of a post-socialist transformation. Many changes in the 1990s were already germinating in the cultural movements of the 1980s. This bold counter-revolutionary assertion was reinforced by a revisionist historiography that departed from serious scholarship to include selective evidence and personal memoirs that posed as history. Attempts to rewrite history aimed to reverse the established verdicts in order to discredit the fundamental justice of the revolution. Among these multi-pronged claims, for instance, were the lamented premature death of late Qing westernization and destruction of a civic society by the revolutionary violence that followed. Likewise, the CCP was alleged to have taken advantage of the Japanese invasion to strengthen itself instead of fighting the enemy. The accusation that inter-party purges since the early Soviet period, in the Red Army, through Yan'an, and in the run-up to the Cultural Revolution and the extremes of the latter itself, is not factually unfounded but prejudiced against the main truth about the Chinese Revolution as a whole. Now the landlords appeared innocent and more enlightened than the peasants, Republican China more civic and progressive than the PRC, and the GMD a better fit for making China modern, with Taiwan's economic success and democratization held up as proof. The argument went so far as to praise imperialism for having done some good, such as the American use of Chinese 1900 indemnity money to found hospitals and universities. Even more startling, the civil wars in China were described not as class struggle but rather as senseless acts of violent self-harm, Chinese killing Chinese. A newly awakened brand of feminism joined the crusade, objecting to a revolution hitherto believed to have championed women's liberation. The revolution's female participants had been sacrificed for a male-dominated cause in which national and class interests took priority over gender relations. The demonization of revolutionary socialism was of course itself ideologically motivated. While the party's 1981 resolution was not directly challenged, China moved to reshuffle its official ideology, restructure the country's media outlets and revise the school curriculum and textbooks. Here was another post-Cold War attack on great social revolutions, its mantra, precisely the opposite of Barrington Moore's classical liberal consensus, proposed that negating the revolutionary legacies would be an entry ticket to the liberal democratic end of history. The Chinese version was especially vicious though, if only because the communist revolution in China was especially protracted, arduous and costly, and the manifestation of its extraordinary idealism and heroism impossible to erase. Belatedly touting a Cold War mentality, the revisionist theories disseminated from the Central Party school and other elite institutions flourished alongside real and fabricated horror stories. The fundamentals and complexities of China's long revolution were disregarded, and the narratives attacking and mocking the revolution contradicted the popular understanding and sentiments, emphasizing the decisive differences between old and new China. The landmark of the 1949 revolution that had involved a quarter of humanity continued to enjoy mass popularity. In fact, without a consensual recognition of the basic legitimacy and historicity of the revolution and its valiant struggle to power, there is no way for its mistakes and failures to also be examined and criticized, nor can the conditions from which another revolution could arise be prevented. While it is often asked, counterfactually, whether the revolution was necessary in light of its costs, any answer would have to begin with the presence or absence of choice. As far as modernization is concerned, it remains plain that in the capitalist peripheries national independence and state capacity are required for development. Again, revolution was a result, not a cause, of underdevelopment. It was indeed not until the PRC consolidated its sovereignty that the country could effectively pursue growth and could choose between self-reliance and negotiating foreign trade, investment and technological transfers. Meaningful comparative benchmarks for evaluating progress and retrenchment in the PRC thus cannot be taken from mature capitalist democracies. Such comparisons should rather focus on China's own past and on similar cases in the communist bloc and Third World. The lack of thorough land reform in many parts of the latter, for example, explains major developmental hurdles. The truthful approach is simply that a fair judgment can be reached only with the moral obligation to weigh the costs of revolution against the costs of going without revolution. Point 3. No less important is the culture of revolution and the revolution's cultural impact. Defying the post-Cold War aura of ideological anti-communism, and notwithstanding its costs and tragedies, the Chinese Revolution remains a culturally powerful force. Alongside its structural and military fronts, the revolution had a significant following among the educated and saw a sequence of profound cultural and intellectual transformations, not least through its program of arts for the people and the party's relentless rectification campaigns. For Mao, a genuine revolution is necessarily and simultaneously cultural and discursive. Concerning its spirituality, revolutionary culture in China has exceeded that of the entire capitalist world, exemplified by the cultural fighter Lu Xun's integrity in representing the most precious quality of an oppressed people. Revolution is understood in terms of everyday representation, structurally as much as symbolically. Mao also famously spoke at the 1942 Yan'an Forum, describing struggle for the liberation of the Chinese people on the fronts of the pen and of the gun and affirming that a cultural army was absolutely indispensable. Point 4. Mao was Gramscian, or Gramsci was Maoist, in their shared commitment to cultural politics. The complicated legacies of this tradition are magnificent sources of both critical reflection and innovation. The conviction in the sovereignty of a multi-ethnic nation and people, the dignity and the well-being of labor, the duty of serving the people and the ideologies of equality, solidarity, and popular wisdom are constitutive of the common socialist culture. This culture can incorporate certain treasured aspects of tradition, such as the idea of people as a foundation of state power and the unity of nature and humans, as well as the best liberal values of freedom and liberation. It was after all the Chinese Revolution that changed the ethos or spiritual presence of China, once known as the sick man of Asia, and afforded it a modern identity, with national pride and an international standing. A sense of loss among ordinary people in the Reform era's everyday experience of vanished workers' clubs or cultural palaces throughout urban China as well as once widespread rural cultural stations can be understood only in this context, in tandem with the present challenges and social discontent. There is a poignant and bewildering distance between the enduring red classics of revolutionary literature, socialist cinema, music, and artworks, and the newer subaltern culture of migrant workers, with their intellectual supporters on the one hand and the official rhetoric of never forgetting our original aspiration on the other. These are different genres, marking different political and symbolic orders, and representing different motions of political aesthetics and cultural politics, insofar as actual socio-economic policies tell a different story. The market transition has also been a cultural one, mirroring the fall of a socialist hegemony. It is commonly acknowledged that deradicalization in China, when long-held political beliefs collapsed, produced an ideological vacuum and spiritual crisis. Apathy and hedonism replaced so-called totalitarian utopianism. The former idealistic zeal was rechanneled into hysterical consumerism and the fetishization of money. Neoliberal values are gaining ground through a money-centered public discourse. Michael Sandel, on an international lecture tour arguing for upholding moral values against unlimited market forces, found that in the US and China, there are strong voices who will challenge the whole idea of there being any limits. 5 Rather than the enhanced freedom of choice that market romanticists promised, the commodification of public culture and human values has transformed people into enslaved and atomized market players. Privatization and its aura of possessive individualism have prevailed over collective solidarity and social support. It was inevitably a polarizing process, one that made people the tools or enemies of one another, fracturing the tissue of society while fostering loneliness and disorientation. Social dissonance and alienation led to a general identity crisis and a moral decay. This, as noted, has explained much of the spectacular upsurge in religious and quasi-religious movements, in defiance of communist atheism. Disorganized rural China has also seen the spread of superstition, gambling, backward customs, and other symptoms of cultural decline. Marx's moral lyric is germane. Religious suffering is, at one and the same time, the expression of real suffering and a protest against real suffering. Religion is the sigh of the oppressed creature, the heart of a heartless world, and the soul of soulless conditions. 6. As Chinese society has grown economically with marked material gains for the majority of the population, it has been dwarfed culturally. It is ever more senselessly consumerist, possessively individualistic, bureaucratized and hierarchical, and ever less guarded against polarization, dishonesty and conformism. If capitalism was imposed from above and outside, that imposition, to quote Michael Burrawat on Russia, comprised the life and death costs from the workers' point of view. 7. Yet China's labor movement is scattered and weak. Workers' political incapacity cannot be explained by repression alone, its impairments are multifaceted, stemming particularly from the opaque features of the state with its baffling ideology and language of socialism. One repercussion of a vanished leading working class and worker, peasant alliance is the isolation and fragility of green, gender and other solidarity movements. Under the circumstances, only a renaissance of a class vocabulary without the baggage of its past excesses, both officially and popularly spoken, could regenerate a new politics for counter-hegemonic struggle. One small example is New Workers' Literature, a magazine created in 2018 by a workers' reading and writing group based in the Beijing home of workers in the Pai village on the city's eastern suburb. With support from its wide networks, including some scholars, it has published writings by educated workers. Its chief editor, Fan Yuzhu, writes after her day job. The magazine set up an email address for submissions, and has drawn energetic participation as well as a sizable readership. A new workers' culture, rooted in their intimate experiences, somewhat echoes the tradition of left literature and can be a signpost of class-making or remaking. But unlike the revolutionary past, they are missing the party leadership in political education and cultural production as a vital dimension of class struggle. At first the revolutionary state tried and failed to prevent a new ruling class from emerging. Then the post-socialist state negated much of its revolutionary and socialist inheritance. The contradictions embodied in these developments have been seemingly dissolved by the CCP disavowing its old self while rationalizing China's political economy, social policies, and global position. It is not so much the capitalist triumphalism that is astounding, but rather the wild attacks on anything once communist, as though the experiences of fully one-third of the world's population have been nothing but endless victimhood and are ultimately worthless. Paradoxically, the highly ideological perception about brainwashing under communism is construed as genuinely objective, sustaining outdated Cold War preoccupations. Portrayals of a despotic, fanatical, and murderous Mao era not only in English and other languages but also and especially in Chinese have surpassed even the worst anti-communist propaganda. Globally, even on the left, reflections on historical communism often begin with the words, "although it has failed," leading to the instant dismissal of any socialist argument. Relevant debates in China are terminated with the swift reminder of the Great Leap or the Cultural Revolution and their victims, Two disastrous episodes that can disarm even the revolution's most rigorous defenders on sight. The fear of a return to past torments and chaos nurtures a propensity for the status quo, whatever its problems. Although views on all sides depend on the specific master narratives, it is the defense of socialism that is often accused of being ideological. China's revolutionaries and socialists were keenly aware of their errors and limitations, long before the revisionist mobilization. They took responsibility for the misadventure of 1958 and its catastrophic effect on people's lives, as seen in policy corrections both at the time and subsequently. Impractical targets for production were amended, and Mao intervened in the autumn of 1958 and spring of 1959 against ultra-leftism. The difference between the two kinds of critics in the debate on history is that socialists oppose the wholesale negation of their endeavor, and uphold the principles and possibility of socialist advance. For them, the failed leap cannot be used to deny the necessity, fruits, and potentials of socialist transformation and collective farming. Any failure was not predestined because systemic self-destruction is not in the nature of socialist construction. Reckless voluntarism and adventurism notwithstanding, the people's communal system enabled internal capital and labor accumulation, contributing decisively to both industrialization and rudimentary rural welfare. It has generally been compared favorably to forced collectivization in the Soviet Union. Furthermore, the leap was meant to decentralize and democratize the economy, and to transform the countryside into locally autonomous moral communities, so as to avoid the savage proletarianization and urbanization that had characterized earlier industrial capitalism, as they affect so many people in China today. The seemingly irrational campaign was intrinsically rational, then, with a utopian, egalitarian, and emancipatory character. Its failures should not obscure its basic policy goals of securing food and other public provisions, building bottom-up participation in rapid social changes and finding a way to break superstition and liberate the mind, a party slogan at the time. A more realistic managerial structure of three-level ownership based on a productive team was adopted after learning hard lessons, demonstrating a systemic ability to self-correct. The larger picture remains convincing that the PRC had really achieved a leap before market reform on every key index of human development, from reduction of abject poverty and infant mortality, to rapid increase in life expectancy and improvement in living conditions, than other poor countries in the same period. 8 Even the devastating famine of 1959-60 does not counteract these achievements. 9 It was plain, as serious economists, demographers, and historians agree, that apart from infantile grassroots radicalism, it was bureaucratic blindness due to communication blockages that prevented a misled central government from acting to prevent the disaster. Natural calamities on 40% of China's farmland, including prolonged drought, unprecedented floods and hailstorms in the meteorological records of 3 difficult years, also played their part, along with systemic and human errors. In comparison with the Soviet path, Perry Anderson has rightly noted, wildly voluntarist though it was, the GLF, was never intended as an attack on the peasantry, or any part of it. By the same token, no comparable alienation of the peasantry ensured. 10 It was indeed phenomenal that no revolt occurred during this famine, despite a strong Chinese tradition of peasant rebellions against grain seizure, and it was obviously not due to police ferocity amid sprinkled border patrols. Meanwhile, nowhere was the reach of the communist power carrying with it inertia of the moral appeal of the revolution could be more revealing than the willful policies of the leap. Only a government that had been built from the countryside and had the self-confidence of popular support could have been strong enough to cause a disaster of such magnitude. 11. Emerging research challenges dubious figures based on inaccurate census data and computational errors during the chaotic process of implementing the new household registration system. For example, experts privately doubted the 1953 census data at the time on the ground that it was conducted unscientifically and registered an unbelievable increase of some 30% in the period 1947-1953. This in turn rendered the worthless claim that 17 million or many more people were missing in the famine years based on a population base of 600 million. 12 Likewise, The numbers first released by the NSB in 1983 show that China's death rate dropped from 2% in 1949 to 1.08% in 1957. Such a dramatic fall in just 8 years is highly unlikely. By another estimation, the same downward curve is even more dramatic, as from 3.8% to around 1.81%, which again is demographically impossible. 13 Yet these unsubstantiated 1957 data were used as the baseline for calculating subsequent deaths. The methods used to gather information at the time were also problematic, failing to include the extraordinary population movements back and forth between rural and urban areas around 1956 to 62, which again distorted bookkeeping. Large discrepancies in the population statistics are now shown to have been caused by the belated addition of millions of deaths that had previously gone unreported, as well as duplicated registrations being remedially cancelled through the streamlining the records in the period 1960 to 4.14. Whatever the actual toll, the politics of number crunching in famine research has replaced the empirical question, how many perished and why? With how did the communist regime kill tens of millions among its own people? With an anti-communist famine industry racing for body counts, the fatalities were inflated by taking figures from some of the worst affected counties and multiplying for all the other administrative units at the same level, or by tacitly equating starvation-related deaths with all types of unnatural deaths, among other questionable methods. Once the numbers reached 80 million, Mao could be declared a greater mass murderer than both Hitler and Stalin. The issue here is not the numbers. Hard evidence, statistics, archival documentation, raw experiences, and the like, is just as manipulable and subject to interpretation to fit preconceived positions. The famine, whether it cost the lives of several million or tens of millions, deeply harmed people's livelihood and will always be unforgivable by socialism's own standards, and the policy blunder responsible for it is absolutely indefensible. At stake is rather how to dissect as objectively as possible the rights and wrongs of a system facing adverse conditions. Aside from ideologically motivated data fabrication, even neutral observers tend to overlook the context or the historical perspective of what Mike Davis called imperialist famines. 15 Famine is no stranger to histories the world over, including Old China, known as Land of Famine. The Chinese mortality trend in the 20th century, for example, is consistently complicated by higher rates before 1949 than after, even taking into account the worst year of 1960. Comparison with other staggering cases, such as that of the Raj between 1896 and 1900, when more than 10 million people died in avoidable famines out of a population of a little more than one-third of China's in 1960, puts the case in perspective. Even in the post-independent democratic India, during the years of good harvest and in the favorable conditions of abundant foreign aid and general peace, malnutrition, starvation, and destitution persisted for the masses of lower caste Indians, especially women and children. As Jean Dries and Amartya Sen recognize, even if the 30 million Chinese toll was the case, India seems to manage to fill its cupboard with more skeletons every 8 years than China put there in its years of shame. 16 The lack of social progress has led to human suffering and loss of life, not through mighty disasters like in China but through the quiet, continuous suffering of the 40% of the population who are in absolute poverty. 17 On the basis of similar vertical and horizontal comparisons, Yutsa Putnaik asks why India was not seen as experiencing a famine after independence, since its food output per capita remained consistently less than that of China's. To be sure, output is not the same as availability, given regional, class and other disparities, and the factors of pricing, supply, entitlement and distribution. But concerning lost births, which allowed experts to enumerate a population decline attributable to the leap in more than 60 million, Putnaik reveals the operation of ideological statistics. It is bizarre how a procedure that calculates excess deaths by estimating normal fertility rates, allowing death to add up before birth, was utilized only in the Chinese case, when it does not seem to have been ever applied, before, and never applied in contexts other than China. 18 This peculiar methodology has resulted in some wild exaggerations, regardless of whether it has been replicated elsewhere since. Once again, imperialist atrocities should be kept in mind to avoid historical whitewashing, not to elude any due responsibility of the communist regime but rather to locate it squarely. This clarification is important because global and peripheral capitalism continues to trap large populations in prolonged food shortages or insecurity and poverty in the midst of unparalleled accumulation of wealth. The Cultural Revolution, or 10 years of Holocaust as it is referred to in the post-Maoist official documents, is the other killing point in debates on the revolution. Even more than the Great Leap, this is a polarizing event even half a century on. Against the standard evaluation, there is a small and distinctive literature that shows how the Cultural Revolution, after an unruly first couple of years, stimulated political, economic, socio-cultural and scientific advances. It was a period of horrifying persecutions, as much as it was an upsurge of self-reliant productive and innovative capacity and democratic participation functioning to cultivate the subjectivity of the popular classes. It was also seen as an experimental decade of egalitarianism that enriched peasant lives. Rather than demonizing Mao and taking China as beginning to modernize only in his wake, Richard Krauss indicates that the CR was violent, yet it was also a source of inspiration and social experiment, and that Mao was denounced so as to justify some of the nastiness that accompanied the turn to market reforms. 19 Gao Mobo argues that the established account of the Cultural Revolution ignores the experiences of many times more people, particularly those less privileged, than the tales of persecuted cotters and intellectuals in a movement against bureaucratic alienation. The discourse that focuses on brutalities and sorrows is biased towards urban and eventually privileged voices. Popular nostalgia for the Mao era testifies to the fact that the desire for social equality cannot be erased. 20 While the Cultural Revolution is deeply divisive, causing conflicting emotions in many, there should be no fear of open debate regarding its constructions and destructions. The Communist Revolution did have a dark side, and involved huge costs and personal injuries. It was an experience full of profound contradictions, of both great successes and spectacular failures, and both in abundant measure. 21 Seeking historical truth is the only way to arrive at a broadest possible social consensus. Beyond these debacles, the deeper story, at once high-minded and painfully difficult, is crying out to be retold. While true defenders of revolutionary and socialist legacies cannot be unprincipled apologists, and neither can they harbor the intention nor the possibility of restoring the Maoist past, the answer to the question of whether the revolution was necessary can be answered resoundingly in the affirmative. As discussed in the previous chapters, its achievements are clear and compelling. The modern PRC has left behind the ruins of foreign domination, unending wars, widespread poverty, and many forms of social injustice. The revolutionary aspiration towards liberation also sowed the seeds of popular democracy. The ultimate justice of the Chinese Revolution lies in the necessity of transforming national and social conditions to the point where violent revolutionary transformations are no longer inevitable. Debating the China model. The intellectual campaign of Farewell to Revolution was consequential, part and parcel of the post-cultural revolution reordering of ideology and politics. A new dictatorial market order, however, would end up sharpening rather than solving the contradictions of the Maoist political economy in the following decades, while generating new post-socialist problems and crises. It is neither coherent nor stable. Rather than as merely transitory, however, this transition involving interactions and indeed intertwining of state, market, and society, and their translocal and transnational intervening agencies, needs to be recognized in its own right. It is hybrid and embodies both path-dependent and path-breaking developments. Is there then a distinct Chinese model, and if so, does it represent an alternative to capitalism? The debate over the Washington versus Beijing consensus is so limited that projected differences quickly diminished. The question of whether a rising China can be a contender for supremacy from within the global system remains unanswered. If the word model can be rejected on the ground that what happens in China is unlikely to be replaceable elsewhere, It might nevertheless be useful for us to look into the specificities of a national experience that does not easily conform to existing theoretical benchmarks. What explains China's economic miracle since 1978, an average growth rate of 9.5% between 1979 and 2018, double the size of its economy in real terms every 8 years, 22 with a GDP per capita of around $9,580 in 2019, China was in 70th place in the IMF and World Bank rankings. Its share of the global economy based on purchasing power parity went from 2.2% in 1980 to 19.7% in 2019, despite a slowing trend since 2013. However flawed might be the methods to measure and calculate GDP, these numbers are indicative of growth, though not necessarily of success, taking into account the price paid for them. Given large-scale capital investment and rapid productivity growth, China is physically transformed. Its networked high-speed rail, newly built Hong Kong, Zhuhai, Macau Bridge, and the Beidou satellite navigation system are just a few of its recent unparalleled accomplishments. Two interlinked sets of explanations emerge: the Keynesian model of central and local government creating institutional incentives, injected with elements of economic nationalism while stressing state capacity and facilitation, and the neoclassical comparative advantage of international trade enabled by marketization and privatization, highlighting market functions and globalization. Both explanations are compatible with an investment-driven growth model. Concerning foreign investment crucial to both theses, it should be noted that upon the national agenda of opening, 1/3 of foreign capital was from Taiwan, Hong Kong, and the Chinese diaspora. And the timing couldn't be better, as international industrial capital was looking for new markets, with an incipient IT revolution hastening spillovers in an expanding global economy. China is now the world's largest trader and the second largest receiver of FDI as well as capital exporter. 24 This position comes with many costs and risks, but its ability to seize international opportunities is not accidental. Why did global capital flow into China at such a scale? The common response focuses on China's cheap labor and lack of independent unionization, and hence its weak bargaining power. But other, more important causal factors must be found, because workers were even cheaper and unions much weaker in many other countries. The importance of FDI in a China as workshop of the world has decreased, allowing a second factor to underpin the real economy, an explosion of domestic demand after decades of policy priority of accumulation over consumption and internal capitalization. Between 1990 and 2015, boosted by innovation and technological upgrading, total labor productivity in China grew by an average of 9.2% annually. 25 Side by side with domestic capital becoming dominant, in an investment-led growth that defied global financialization, China's productive investment in fixed assets for capital formation, infrastructure across sectors and research and development has maintained a rate as high as 40% throughout the past 2 to 3 decades. 26 This was possible chiefly due to the persistence of long-term strategic planning, macro, micro, and local subplans alike, enabling mobilization and allocation of resources to serve national priorities amid ad hoc disruptions by profit-driven and rent-seeking deals. Meanwhile, imports of capital goods and intermediate inputs required to climb the technological ladder rendered China's export-oriented path simultaneously a particularly effective version of import substituting industrialization. A huge surplus on its current account and foreign exchange reserves also endowed remaining so's with seamless state loans and subsidies. This organized capitalism provided the greatest possible incentives to non-financial corporate producers and exporters with cheap land, world-class infrastructure, low taxes, and cut-rate energy prices, as well as cheap credit. 27 Government support allowing firms to gain a global market share and become internationally competitive, moreover, is selectively though substantially available in the private sector as well. Huawei received as much as $75 billion in tax breaks, financing, and cheap resources. 28 Formally private, it has an employee shareholding structure. The Chinese photovoltaic industry survived deadly European anti-dumping actions while still emerging as a global leader in both wind and solar capacity, because the Big Four state banks rallied behind it. Central and local state banks are in turn taken care of by state asset management companies at times of need to deal with their non-performing loans. The internal, socialist pre-reform preparations are neglected in mainstream perceptions but are vital. The revolution had first liberated the nation and its productive forces, and positive developments in the reform era still relied on the socialist foundation of state capacity, financial autonomy, capital and labor accumulation, and public investment in human and physical infrastructures. Again, poverty is not attributable to socialism and anti-poverty is not attributable to market reforms. Development and public welfare have consistently featured in Chinese policies since 1949. And it is not cheap labor but an educated, healthy and disciplined workforce that offers China a formidable advantage over most other developing nations. Supporting the workforce was the socialist state. It aimed for leaps in GNP and to transform an agrarian economy into a complete industrial system of heavy, light and energy industries as well as transportation and other infrastructure. This process of construction required enormous accumulation not only of capital but also of labor, hence constant productive investment. Indeed, the Maoist model of labor or human capital accumulation is a valuable theoretical contribution to development economics. Regarding the extent of this strategic pursuit, based on a study of the Jiangsu province as a growth pole in the 1970s, Chris Bermel argues that a Chinese economic takeoff, diffusing out of the Yangtze Delta, would have occurred even without post-1978 policy change. 29 His study also suggests that development can be more balanced and less costly than the kind of market fundamentalism China subsequently practiced. Indeed, China had already made itself into an industrial powerhouse before marketization. Its industrial output grew by an average of 12.3% a year in 1952 to 65, and 10.2% in 1965 to 78, significantly outpacing Japan during the same period. 30. Obviously, the new economic growth theory of endogenous dynamism is not new to China, and external stimuli had to be internally adapted anyway. Globalist and localist perspectives can both claim partial truths. Their blending in the Chinese experience can seem contradictory with the boosting of growth, something that challenges existing economic models and known categorizations of social formation. Consider, among other contradictions, an extraordinarily huge market without compatible demands at home, a high investment rate that outstrips any other country and sustains a real economy while also overheating it into bubbles, parallel privatization and state intervention or state-directed privatization, a massive push for clean and renewable power by the world's largest energy consumer sustaining a high level of carbon emissions, oscillations between decentralization and re-centralization due to central coordination being ignored or fragmented, coexistence of experimental flexible policies and involuted bureaucratic formalism, and of neoliberal and Keynesian tools. The contrast between domestic vulnerability and foreign policy boldness, as between an autocratic political order and libertarian economic policies, is just as stunning. Tensions and rivalries between and among these features contribute to an impasse of superficial overcapacity. Unbridled competition, enormous waste, runaway debt piling and capital flight all undermine stable and effective monetary policy and public financing. This is a bifurcated model geared towards more comprehensive neoliberalization. The Shenghe policy of deepening reforms emboldened financial market integration. Capital controls are loosened, above all, so that foreign banks can operate in China and hold over 50% of local bank stock, allowing the exchange rate of Chinese currency to fluctuate. Weakening sovereign control over the capital account threatened the nation's autonomous macro management and economic security. Moreover, China missed a chance to alter the global operation of financial capitalism, remaining out opens room for a possible construction of alternative independent regional systems with the perspective of creating better conditions for the advancement of an alternative non-hegemonic globalization. 31 It has now gone so far down this path that the option to step back is no longer available. Its integration into the orbit of dollar imperialism, as a part of the very modus operandi of capitalism today, continues apace. 32 What is waning is a popularly mandated national capacity conditional on an independent, secure, sustainable and need-driven economy, on which surplus retention and public well-being also depend. Ultimately, socialism distinguishes itself from capitalism by free producers, as opposed to commodified labor, producing for need rather than profit. In the end, the erosion of the groundwork for socialism can go a long way towards explaining the immense costs of growth in the post-reform period. China's official self-identity as a polity undergoing primary stage socialism is open to elaboration by its intellectual transcribers. This positioning, in the now formal reference to Xi's new era, is defined by the CCP leadership, an economic system of macro-strategic planning, resource allocation, and mainstay SOs, with welfare-minded public policies. The question though is not only whether these attributes still hold after a period of deepened reform, but also if they are in themselves necessarily and distinctively socialist. They lack the essential component of class and social power and socially transformative movements towards higher stage socialism. If, as argued, the nature of state sector depends on that of the state itself and measurable by whether it is fundamentally driven by profit or social needs, then ownership pluralization and demutualization only discredit the sector's supposedly socialist identity. A recent incident illustrates the fallacy. Hundreds of shareholders of state-owned Kazhumautai, a highly profitable liquor maker which had transferred a small portion of its equities to the provincial SASIC, planned to file a class action lawsuit against the company making donations to local government projects. 33. It is perhaps plausible to argue, from a historical materialist standpoint, that generating wealth can be fundamentally legitimate, when it has transformed the material lives of 1/5 of humanity for the better. Moreover, the PRC government has pledged to green the country along its reaches towards an ecological civilization. The two centenary goals set for China are also politically remarkable: to build a fully fledged Xiaokang or moderately prosperous society by 2021, the 100th anniversary of the party, and to achieve a strong, democratic, civilized, harmonious, and modern socialist nation by 2049, the 100th anniversary of the PRC. Both slogans, national rejuvenation and common human destiny, reflect these projects. The current conditions in China, however, even by the party's critically compromised interpretation, cannot meet the minimal requirements of socialism. On full display are ruthless accumulation, exploitative production relations, a privatized economy infused by foreign capital, and the degraded labor and subaltern masses suffering appalling conditions and extreme inequality. What else can better define the collapse of socialism or capitalist degeneration? From the vantage point of China's position in relation to global capitalism, the message of the Chinese political class that champions free trade and globalization cannot be clearer. It is about compliance with the Atlantic-cum global order within epochal parameters, albeit with elements of rivalry. This positioning, moreover, vastly favors international capital and ultimately prolongs the system in crisis due to China's market size, pro-capital structure, and rule-obeying commitments. It has for years depressed the values of labor and goods in the global value chain, hurting workers and development in other regions of the world as well. That China is geared towards deeper globalization, even at the price of its own exploitation and subordination, also divides the country and makes its overseas engagements risky. The political implications are just as disturbing. Recall Marx's warning against counter-revolution in newly converted capitalist regimes. 34 With no decisive reorientation in sight, China continues to lose its original substance and distinction as a people's republic. Seeing growth in China as not simply capitalist but Smithian, or it is still submissive cum resistant vis-a-vis the systemic dynamics of global capitalism, miss the crux of the matter, whether any socialist alternative can be on offer since the market transition has validated exploitation and inequality under the repressive power of capital, private as well as bureaucratic, domestic as well as transnational. 35. This can be further clarified through an examination of China's much celebrated poverty alleviation project. Hypergrowth has indeed impressively reduced abject poverty, benefiting over 700 million people, the vast majority of the world's total figure in poverty alleviation. Continuing from the gains of the first half of the 1980s, the number of people below the official poverty line fell dramatically from nearly 100 million in 2012 to 5.51 million by the end of 2019.36. The poverty occurrence rate in the same period also went from 10.2% to 0.6%, what the People's Daily called the great victory of socialism and of humanity. 37 There was also a laudable campaign of targeted poverty alleviation, pushing to accurately identify and aid the rural poor. Transferred payment from richer to poorer regions have amounted to nearly half of the country's total revenue in recent years. Central and local governments devote themselves to complete the rural three networks: roads, water, electricity, and in many places the internet too. Children's vaccination and 9-year education are compulsory by law. The affordable housing programs have relocated 150 million people from quasi-slums or areas deemed naturally uninhabitable. Millions of local officials, the foot soldiers of policy implementation, are tasked with helping poor families. Eradicating poverty is an extremely important commitment, and China's efforts are unparalleled in human history, proving that the goal of ending poverty on earth, debated since the Industrial Revolution, is achievable. When looked at more closely, however, several issues come to light. First, the problem of poverty is not merely economic. It is endured by policy-protected exploitation and polarization, and cannot be outrooted without another economic restructuring. The narrowly conceived anti-poverty campaign carried out as a top-down government charity project for people to receive aid or basic living allowance is therefore not specifically socialist. The poor are more expected to be grateful than recognized as their own agents with universal social right. Second, the assumed linear positive correlation between growth and poverty reduction is not questioned. Yet, not only has growth simultaneously produced both billionaires and new poor, it is also seriously offset by grave human and environmental costs which disproportionately harm the poor, urban and rural. Pollution and industrial or occupation-induced diseases are one example, migrant workers' hardships of displacement, precarity, and insecurity, is another. In the freezing winter of 2017-18, Beijing drove out tens of thousands of migrant workers from its outskirts. Treated as an underclass or low-end population unfit for urban gentrification, they were a disposable commodity despite their indispensable contribution to the economy and everyday life of the capital. Urban poverty itself is yet to engage policy making, and the whole project is bound to continue. Third, unlike the socialist vision of self-managed, productively and culturally shriving communities, the project is seen as part of, and relying on, deepening marketization. The negative social consequences of market forces, especially in basic public utilities and services, are disregarded. The anti-poverty method drawn up alongside the campaign for rural revitalization focuses on external investment, infrastructural standardization, and commercialization of local productive factors. Invaluable local ecodiversity, knowledge, subsistence resources, and preferences are frequently disregarded. In one typical example, the regional party secretary of Guangxi published a report in Qiaxi, the party's flagship journal, emphasizing featured agriculture of commercial crops, animal breeding, ecotourism and cross-border trade. 38 Instead of investing in public good provision, local governments in poor regions have spent massively on superfluous administrators, office buildings, and tourist sites. Fourth, education and healthcare are not priorities. For example, government acceptance criteria on poverty eradication have not included school enrollment. China has failed to invest enough in its single most important asset, its people, and it has one of the lowest levels of education of any nation. 12.5% of its labor force has a college education, and about 30% is educated to high school level or above. 39 Finally, the program is also used as a tool of stability maintenance in general and the main route towards ethnic peace in particular, without first addressing non-poverty related causes of tension, such as forms of cultural oppression. In Xinjiang, poverty alleviation cadres of both Han and minority origins have been dispatched to live in Muslim homes. To a lesser extent in Tibet as well, locals are trained to work at faraway factories in areas unfamiliar to them, though only on a voluntary basis. Yet what is hard but very common elsewhere in China, migrant working frustrates people locally and is exploited by foreign critics as an ethnically specific form of imposition. Above all, both in reality and the official statistics, the recurring poverty caused by structural deficiencies keep reproducing poverty. The market reforms of education, healthcare, and pensions have created three new great mountains in the popular discourse. The grand issue of unaffordability, from housing to care or marriage, is a persistent source of social insecurity, and hence poverty. China's latest rounds of medical reform are all guided by market incentives and are confined to paid insurance rather than free public medicine with universal coverage, retreating from the socialist practice in the past, though it was only at a rudimentary level and focusing on prevention. Now a serious illness can easily bring a whole family into destitution, and the sick and poor often avoid seeking hospital treatment. Attending primary school is a daily struggle in some rural areas, especially for girls and children stranded by family difficulties. The expectation of governmental and communal public provision, previously taken for granted in the PRC, is fading. The logic at work today is that the market transition must legitimate itself by repudiating this basic socialist commitment. It is clear that neither poverty alleviation nor SOS are by themselves necessarily socialist. Needed social and industrial policies, and more generally a strong public sector and schemes for public provision, are not unfamiliar to welfare capitalism. For that matter, the West too has written off debt for poor countries from time to time. In fact, essential utilities such as water are partially privatized in China but not in some core capitalist countries. China's financial sector is less protected than most free market economies. Unlike in China, free healthcare and education are maintained in a number of former communist states, not to mention the amazing Cuban model of social services and medical internationalism. Having escaped the acute transitional contraction characteristic of post-communism, the transformation of Chinese political economy has turned out to be far more radical in the long run. It is not the mince-hung policies as such that are lost in China. The materially beautiful life is prioritized under Xi, but what has been abandoned is the once powerful aspiration towards classlessness, the abolition of exploitation and the nurturing of self-realization. Anti-poverty does not define socialism, freedom and equality do. To be sure, Maoist society was never fully free and equal. But there is a striking contrast between the former egalitarian cultural politics and today's market perversions of globalism and developmentalism. In an interview of 1991, Fidel Castro marveled that the objective of socialism suddenly seemed to be understood only as an improvement in living standards. To me, he said, socialism is a total change in the life of the people and the establishment of new values and a new culture. 40 Indeed, as soon as equality was pitted against efficiency, and consumer choice replaced freedom, inequalities, class, gender, ethnic, regional, sectoral, and subjugation became ideologically justifiable. Moreover, it is officially admitted that poverty are overwhelmingly inherited. 41 The vanishing of equality as a common culture or public belief is one of the most regrettable Chinese characteristics. Writing on inequality in contemporary China between communism and plutocracy, Thomas Piketty observed, more conservatively than some of his Chinese counterparts, that the richest 1% own 30% of national wealth, and the richest 10% own 67%, while the bottom 50% own just 6.4%. Between 1995 and 2015, China has gone from a level lower than that observed in Sweden to a level approaching that of the United States. Worse, China's Gini coefficient could be as high as 0.65, since there is neither progressive taxation for the wealthy nor inheritance tax. This is a matter of political choice and ideology. 42 In May 2020, Premier Li Keqiang revealed that the monthly income of 600 million people was less than 1,000 yuan. The number is supported by the delineated data, showing that 220 million, mostly in the rural interior, received even less than 500 yuan. The high-earning group, comprising about 7.84 million people, measured by a monthly income of over 30,000 yuan or around $4,286, constituted only 0.05% of the PRC population. 43. Dismantling many of its hard-earned successes, China has become one of the world's most unequal societies, where frantic luxury spending sits side by side with poverty and insecurity-induced underconsumption. The latter is another word for overcapacity, when the proportion of labor income, as roughly indicated as gross household income, decreases in relation to national accumulation. This disparity, both in terms of poverty and a high savings rate, has also been behind the BRI drive. For decades, China's growing productivity was not matched by an equivalent increase in wages and disposable income. The net effect was that the household share of GDP contracted, to possibly the lowest we've ever seen in history. 44 The 2019 figures, household income and consumption relative to national GDP at 43.42% and 30.29% respectively, are significantly lower than the world averages of 55 to 65% and 50 to 60% correspondingly. In particular, the total income of registered rural residents accounted for only 16% of the GDP. 45 As usual, the People's Daily carried a happy ending report on July 23, 2020. A coal miner in Shaanxi who had earned as much as over 10,000 yuan a year had returned to his village and become a fungus producer. Incidentally, this is also a reminder that miners in New China were once among the most respected and best treated industrial workers, enjoying higher salaries and better food supplies, taking artificial sunbathing daily after work and visiting workers' sanatoriums on the seaside or mountain retreats regularly for health maintenance. As the groundwork for a post-liberation moral economy as well as some remarkable socio-economic gains of early reform have been thoroughly eroded, systemic imbalances destabilize any model that China claims. Extreme inequality alone makes a mockery of China's socialist self-identity. Systematically engineered neoliberal mutation has also further distanced political and economic elites in the upper echelons of governmental and legislative bodies from the laboring masses. Such distance can easily be measured by the prevalence of office status fetishism, arbitrary exercise of power, and a pandemic of corruption. Positioning itself as destined for globalization, China is also ever more vulnerable to exogenous shocks of financial meltdown and eco-disasters. The balance sheet is in the end a tangle of contradictions. As Michael Mann put it, never have modern industries and urban infrastructures grown so fast, never have people moved out of poverty so fast, but never have both inequality and corruption grown so fast, and never have workers or peasants, formerly theoretical masters of the state, been treated so ruthlessly. 46. One can well add more specifics. Never have the old lived so long, but never have the medical resources been allocated so unfairly and work-related injuries and deaths such as pneumoconiosis so perpetually neglected. Never has the higher education system expanded so much, but never have so many children of migrant workers, a whole generation, grown up practically parentless and incapable of completing 9 years of schooling. A more contentious change is the cultural and moral decline, of which shocking indicators are the number of patients with depression and rate of suicide. A 2016 Beijing University study revealed that 100 million people were suffering from depression in China, and, according to a Beijing Health Bureau spokesman, our nation has one of the highest rates of suicide in the world before it was brought down. 47. Returning to the rival explanations for China's growth, beyond an investment-led model ensuing credit and asset bubbles, either indigenously sourced or FDI and neoliberalization enhanced, can the Chinese experience be conceptualized in terms of socialism versus capitalism, both themselves in flux? Without subscribing to an oversimplified demarcation, again it is a wishful thinking to take the Soviet NEP as an analogy for the Chinese reform. The NEP was a temporary retreat, while reform in China has over the decades forged ahead in its own right. Although the present regime retains features resembling a socialist state, it is losing the last defense of a socialist political economy, even if public land and capital control still linger. Any alternative China forges would still be open to shaping and reshaping. Phrases such as market Stalinism, Hakean communism, autocratic capitalism or bureaupreneurship might sound paradoxical. While tensions grow, they capture some mechanism of fast growth facilitated by a post-socialist state committed to market integration. 48 The Chinese governing and social system is not monolithic, either functionally or in its perspective. In all events, however, it is both a challenge and threat to liberal capitalism. The point is that any articulation of a China model, if at all useful, would not be descriptively socialist as far as it goes. Whether socialism can remain a normative idea for and in China will depend on the socialists regaining the upper hand and struggling against the tide while engaging the labor and social movements locally, as well as globally. Political reform, whose legality? What democracy? The puzzling nature of the PRC state and its political economy is vulnerable to contentious politics. Chinese society has been torn apart not only by socio-economic and political inequalities but also by an ideological tug of war. The established legitimacy of reform and opening delegitimizes any critical questioning of the policy direction. Splits in public opinion are also no longer clearly identifiable with such labels as left and right. Paradoxically, the intensity of debates has proved that there remains a resilient public space, despite tight restrictions on the flow of information and free expression, aided by digital control and mass surveillance. Against the backdrop of a broken social consensus, the consistent call for political reform is perceived by liberal intellectuals as a solution to the mismatch between China's economic opening and political closing, or between market radicalism and political conservatism. That China's largely liberalized economy appears to have remained politically straitjacketed without a corresponding political overhaul is presumed a fundamental problem, and the remedy is imagined only as some kind of perestroika. This fails to appreciate that the market transition and neoliberal policies have been imposed via state tyranny. They are perfectly compatible. At stake, then, is the very meaning of political reform, starting with the legalization needed to produce a market economy and involving legally binding transactions and significant foreign participation. Legal reform in China was introduced with the help of scholars and lawyers from the West, inspired by both liberal and authoritarian capitalist paradigms. The doctrine held that a mature market is to be founded on clarified private property. The party has engaged constitutional amendments accordingly since 1988, legitimizing unlimited growth of the private sector. Drafts of China's first property law had been rejected during rounds of public reading and drew several oppositional petitions calling for the dominance of public property to be upheld. 49 Yet what appeared to be an anachronistic consciousness of the inviolability of private property belatedly traveled to the east to impact on China's new legal stipulations. By then SOEs, seen as having suffered soft budget constraints, incentive deficiency, and all kinds of issues around the tragedy of the commons, had been significantly transformed. Public ownership in general was deemed a drag on market competitiveness, damaging to a rational economy and freedom, and unreformable. It is time to let go of this vain hope once and for all, called Janos Kornai, a guru of privatization in formerly communist zones. In 1991.50 In 2004, the PRC Constitution enshrined an article to render legally acquired private wealth and inheritance inviolable. Not even major capitalist states as diverse as the US and India use such a language. A comparable German clause is conditional on associated social obligations. 51 When privatization dominated the transitional economies, Most European social democracies did not give up on their state sectors, even amid intense assaults on the welfare state. The Canadian Charter excludes property rights by a landmark Supreme Court ruling. 52 Tensions between property and democracy seem to be eased with the priority of democracy. Capitalism has to rein in property to remain minimally welfarist and democratic. The rule of law is commonly accepted as a valid goal in China, partly because of past lawlessness but also in light of the present ills of a legal and penal system often abused from within and without. But legality and judicial independence as such cannot be sufficient. The class nature of the post-reform legal system is attested to by the extent to which it fails tens of millions of workers, especially in the informal sector. Their legal rights, such as those for a 40-hour work week and minimum wages paid on schedule, are poorly protected. Many lack the contracts that would legally have to be presented in any labor dispute. In an exceedingly flexible market, salaries and occasionally even identity cards can be withheld by the bosses, another restored referent or symbol of old society. In particular, labor's impotence within enterprises means that potentially pro-labor laws and collective agreements frequently go unenforced. 53 The subordination of atomized workers to capital was exemplified by the fierce contention over the 2006 draft labor law. In the face of threatened withdrawal of investment from the American and European Union Chambers of Commerce and the US-China Business Council that was representing a lobby of multinational companies, including General Electric and Google among others, the Chinese government reduced channels of contractual bargaining and scaled back protections for employees and sharply curtailed the role of unions from the drafted version. Microsoft's Director of Human Resources in China told Businessweek that we have enough investment at stake that we can usually get someone to listen to us if we are passionate about an issue. 54 As the game was played under rich nations' rules, the Chinese legal system complied. When workers are tried for disrupting stability after rallying over labor conditions or a controversial managerial decision, and when leaders of villagers protesting over losing illegally seized collective land are arrested and charged with corruption, it is not the legal procedures that are at issue but the morality of the law. Which laws are upheld? What judiciary and in whose interest? Moreover, legality is also a means of containing contentious politics, diffusing distress, and thwarting the ferment of insurgency. Independent workers' organization, a hallmark of the Cultural Revolution, must be suppressed. The clause in the PRC Constitution granting freedom to strike was removed in 1983. Any strike or protest since can be legally designated as disturbing public order or inciting instability. The legal channels under a state capital coalition fundamentally limit labor-friendly settlements. Lin Zulian, the village leader in the Wukan standoff in Guangdong against illegal sales of collective land, pointed out that none of the responses proposed by the provincial arbitrators, dialogue, bargaining or suing, would resolve the issue. Protecting the farmers and farmland is the responsibility of the government. 55 Legal formalism poses a dilemma for fragmented labor. The Philistine framing of labor disputes as a matter of individual legal rights reflects a socialist state stripped of class power. However imperfect the socialist state had been, its replacement by a legal state pretending to be apolitical must result in toleration of the suffering of laborers. The gap between ideational legal rationality and the enduring appeal of fundamental social justice is telling. The myth of a dilemma between freedom and security has informed a redefinition of the social contract and disavowal of state paternalism, leading to social deprivation in terms of both security and freedom. Political reform, envisioned by a politically conscious economic elite with a foot in public institutions and policy making, seeks to legitimize and thereby secure what has been privately seized and will continue to transfer public wealth into private hands. Fully corroborated privatization would provide assurance for such transfers and outlaw any possibility of deprivatization, which would also be in the interest of international capital and its local arms. Such a process is described in popular Chinese as capitalization of power and empowerment of capital. A peculiar interpretation of civil society works in the same way, as a chimera of normative framing. Class and social conflict or sheer asymmetrical power relations are disguised by an assumed state, society antagonism. However, the ideological purchase of an all-virtuous civil society, both conditional and constitutive of democracy, is self-deceptive. In a state-led market transition, the rich and powerful can enjoy freewheeling civic autonomy and private yet institutionalized privileges. This situation renders so-called political reform anti-democratic and locally suspicious or unacceptable. If it is the moral imperative of the people's collective sovereignty and their capacity as lawmakers that fundamentally defines democracy and legality, then neither the official agenda of depoliticized rule of law nor the fetishized pretense of competitive party politics can answer the real social demands in China. The political and social rights of the laboring classes bestowed by the Communist Revolution are neither vanished nor dispensable in mass consciousness. The socialist democratic presupposition about the moral foundation of law holds and is the only true impulse for China to democratize. That is, political reform, including legal justice and due process, cannot be endorsed separately from substantial social justice. Since neoliberalism's coming of age during the 1990s in China, in a one-way traffic of globalization without a competing communist world, it is questionable whether popularly desirable political change and truly democratic citizenship could make ground in the marketplace of inequalities and political indifference that has held sway. A transgenerational nostalgia for national self-reliance and an honest, mass-inclined government has gained some momentum. But the glory of the people, lost in the transformation of socialism, is yet to recover its rightful appeal. Were this to happen, there would be the potential for socially and politically innovative outcomes, not through another revolution, and beyond formal democracy. Bringing the people back in, however, threatens the status quo, and the more resistant the social forces, the more ferocious is the response of the new order. It must crush any opposition, dissolve critics, and pacify unrest. It is for this inherent struggle, rather than the parochialism and condescension of an imported set of assumptions, that democracy makes concrete and pressing sense in today's China. With its own unfinished project of people's democracy, China has an indigenous resource on which to draw. Maoism was an experiment in intimate governance, an attempt to dismantle the divide between leaders and the led. As a normative goal, it did not eradicate ruling class entitlements and arrogance but delegitimized them and opened them up to public scrutiny. 56 Is this still the case as seen from within? There have been notable efforts at local levels for government to be more transparent and responsive through grassroots elections, public consultancy, and online feedback channels, and can be further informed by the evocative socialist traditions of popular participation, supervision, and self-government. Democracy is by definition endogenous, and can proceed only in accordance with this people's yearnings and judgments. The kind of structural legal and political reforms that liberals advocate for in China, matching the economic global integration to a political order, would only enhance the private concentration of power, wealth, and resources, and continue to conceal or obscure the basic reality of a bureaucracy, capital coalition. As Maurice Meisner posited, any serious impetus for democratic change will more likely come from the victims, not the beneficiaries, of state-sponsored capitalism. 57 To unpack the meaning of democracy in an equivocal liberal discourse of constitutionalism and legality is to refuse complacency and stand by the socialist principles, democracy and freedom for the subalterns, labor, and common people. For procedural legality and electoral democracy to make any sense in China, as opposed to in countries without revolutionary experience, they will have to be morally and socially substantiated. A party without theory. The problem is that as the Chinese Revolution has degenerated, the banners of freedom and democracy have been taken by or, more precisely, given up to bourgeois ideology and liberal capitalism. The Cultural Revolution failed to beat bureaucratization, and instead provoked a horrendous revenge. Today power is defended for its own sake, bureaucracy having formed an alliance with capital and repressive social management. The enemies of socialism righteously condemn totalitarianism in their Cold War interfusion, as the lack of secured liberties makes even what Lenin referred to as sham bourgeois democracy desirable. His theoretical proposition that a socialist democracy would be 100 times more democratic is yet to be materialized. In China, the revolutionary aspiration of constructing a people's democracy was aborted decades ago. The Dengist interpretation of socialism was narrowly economic, focusing on common prosperity, and then moved away from that keyword common as well. In the context of the infamous cat theory against ideological contention over isms, and promotions for those who got rich first, the reformers denounced mass-line democracy but intended no democratic substitute. The tendency to idealize Maoism, not only among the poor but also increasingly among the educated urban youth, is not without good reason. It is a gesture of protest against old and new forms of inequality and injustice. Yet the idea and practice of labor participating in management and state affairs or the mass supervision of officials and policies drawn from the Paris Commune model are simply intangible in the present political ecology. One of the theories implicitly supporting the official discourse is that China is culturally and rightfully illiberal, and that there is nothing lamentable in collectivism cum conformity. This theory seems to mistake the political for the cultural. Too often politically unconscious, the imperialist stain of liberalism is overlooked. The violent introduction of liberal imperialism to China was what blocked liberal development at the country's threshold to modernity. A powerful argument of new democracy was precisely that as the capitalist path had been foreclosed, the revolution would pave the way for socialism. It would be too little to argue that China must be understood on its own terms. The same is true for all societies, even in an age of global communication and interdependence. Any Sinocentric insistence on Chinese exceptionalism would only confirm the validity and superiority of the supposedly normal and universal, based on capitalist-centric experiences. Essentialist dichotomies conceal what really matters: socialism, to which national characteristics are subordinate. There is indeed no single solution or paradigm as liberal capitalism propagates, but any rational and viable alternative must not be illiberal or anti-democratic. Yet, even if it is at times necessarily resistant in its interaction with the global system, the Chinese ruling order has in effect submitted itself to the neoliberal transmutation of both socialism and liberalism. This situation follows the post-cultural revolution logic of renouncing grand democracy without delineating its complex legacies. Giving up altogether on a socialist interpretative capacity for democratic governance, the reformist move to de-ideologize was itself highly ideological. It specifically targeted a socialist opposition to market opening, clearing the ground for reformist policies while hardening the dogma that granted absolute priority to growth. The new hegemony of developmentalism then delegitimized criticisms of its political and social consequences. This post-Mao moment of a single-minded advocacy of the forces of production anticipated another discursive round of the end of ideology and of history globally, in reconfiguring the post-Cold War landscape. Domestically, China began a process of dismantling the shared sense of fundamental rights and wrongs after 1949, recasting social consciousness to the extent that a standard rebuff to any criticism of the present, "Do you then want to return to the days of cultural revolution?" would instantly ruin a conversation. The utopianism and high-intensity politics of mass democracy are gone, replaced with fervent consumerism, and alternating political passion and apathy. Social trust and solidarity are down, overpowered by selfish individualism or polarity amid ideologically charged beliefs. The heavily censored social media is nevertheless vibrant but also gradually catalyzing a mingled culture of materialism and patriotism, aided by such inventive applications as a social credit system and others, a likely objective for the leadership. The rule of no arguing has been escalated to no willful commenting on top-level designs and decisions, for party members and common citizens alike, affecting social disempowerment in favor of personal loyalty. Socialism is less relevant than regime preservation, and with an intense air of insecurity, dissenting voices must be stifled to ensure central control over crucial narratives of power. In this suppression of public discussions about China's direction, the reform has deviated from its original intent of socialist self-improvement and has simultaneously lost the mechanism of self-correction. Any social engineering of the magnitude of the Chinese reform would need strategy and policy checks to ensure success. The mistiness of the other side of the river being crossed by touching the stones is attributable to prolonged avoidance of clarifying a socialist vision, leading to increasing returns on a derailed reform path. Along the way, the CCP has forsaken its precious tradition of party building through democratic centralism, criticism and self-criticism, and cadres receiving education and supervision from the masses. The absence of line struggle, the party's lifeline and mechanism for self-correction that had required theoretical exploration and open debate, forfeited the whole communist political culture and its construction of subjectivity. This inter-party vitality is where the CCP once markedly differed from its ossified and stagnant counterparts under Stalinism. The conservative turn of Chinese politics in the aftermath of the Cultural Revolution similarly produced political opportunism and social philistinism, changing the party's color as much as its character, a depoliticized and detheorized state party. In Wang Hui's analysis, subject to the bureaucratic order. 58 The Maoist intuition has once more been proven right: no arguing, no party, and no debate, no renewal. After an initial attempt at theorizing a socialist market economy by China's Marxist economists, formal ideological reproduction became thinner still over time. Its interpretation of Marxism sounded more decorative than real, and the distortion is best illustrated by the word "byuk," literally making up a missed lesson. This rhetoric thrived in the 1980s and has since taken root in the minds of market reformers. China mistakenly skipped a necessary historical stage, which explains the failure of its socialist adventures. Rather than openly embracing capitalism in direct violation of the socialist codes, the slippery language of a primary stage socialism leaves room for the capitalist stage to be taken as prerequisite. Backtracking in order to gain the material basis deemed necessary for socialist development then functioned to justify a pro-capital agenda in Marxist terms. The 1945 CCP program of New Democracy became recurrent for the same purpose. It was initially premised on the parameters of a socialist state as guarantor, with the political, legal, and regulative instruments to fend off capitalist corrosions, as practiced in the first few years of the PRC. But the interplay between state and market fell into a war of euphemisms as soon as the market tools were redeemed to dictate the course. An early episode of revisiting the Asiatic mode of production, sparked by the Chinese translation of an otherwise little-known Italian publication by Umberto Melotti, titled Marx and the Third World, is revealing. 59 It was an instant hit in Beijing's intellectual circles in 1981, as the reformers seeking a breakthrough found its critique of bureaucratic collectivism straightforwardly useful. At issue was not the validity of AMP or Oriental despotism as such, but their symbolic contemporary inference. The orthodox stage theory aided reorientation through a deformed Marxism, making capitalist development ideologically acceptable in the long shadow of Chinese socialism. Accordingly, Marxism was redevised to validate staunchly anti-Marxist theories and policies. The Reformist Party, thoroughly bureaucratized, corrupt and equipped for technological social control, disowned its ideological distinction. The reinterpretation of China's relationship with capitalism was thus pivotal for subsequent ideological contentions. These were limited from the beginning, to allow for customization of the notion of socialism with Chinese characteristics. It is now a plastic basket in which anything fits. Even capitalist teleology and institutionalization can be naturalized when the party's monopoly is an end in itself. Although China's basic economic system is officially defined as a mixed economy dominated by public ownership, the party is also unwaveringly committed to the development of both public and private economies. As such, the exploitation and polarization inherent to market liberalization are natural and tolerable, while formal party and government statements simply avoid these notions along with the whole Marxist language of class, surplus value, and the abolition of private property. The byuk theory was a serious departure from what was central to the theoretical foundation of Chinese Communist Revolution, that socialist development is conditioned on the revolutionary creation of new relations of production rather than any material basis prepared for by prior capitalist development. The historical impossibility of liberal and independent national capitalism in colonial and semi-colonial societies in the era of imperialism was used to explain the Chinese Communist Revolution. With a small and fragile national bourgeoisie, under the combined pressures of foreign capital as well as bureaucratic compradism and landlordism, and with much of the nation's wealth and autonomy stolen, where could China begin its own primitive accumulation for industrialization? It was never given a chance to refuse any such golden opportunity, as claimed in the revisionist historiography. The Chinese Marxist counterfactual argument that imperialism was a fatal interruption of indigenous developments in most parts of the Third World is a political one. An immediate yet unanswered logical hurdle of the pseudo-Marxist theory points to the fallacy of capitalist means serving socialist ends. If capitalism in an effectively post-socialist society can succeed, why should it then be expected to prepare for its own demise? Conversely, if it is destined to fail, what could possibly rationalize its necessity? And why would socialism matter if it is unable to achieve greater forces of production than its capitalist competitors? This last question was behind some Maoist policy controversies as well as the conventional belief in central planning. It deserves probing in relation to the assumption that development is intrinsically desirable. Rather, material affluence as such might well be questionable, and the style of living by the rich cannot be rationally emulated by others. Marx praised unprecedented productive capacity of revolutionary capitalism but also warned of its perils and harms on labor, both short and long term, as re-engaged in a growing body of eco-Marxist works. In light of nature's revenge alone, the claim of capitalist universality and indispensability has already been proven wrong. Chinese developmentalism also borne its own responsibilities. Pseudo-Marxist ideological re-articulations reflect market pragmatism and the collapse of political theory. The latter marks an inexcusable decline from the party's uniquely strong intellectual tradition of standing against both dogmatic and revisionist Marxisms. Jiang Zemin's 3 represents ratified at the 2002 Party Congress opened the Communist Party to private entrepreneurs as agents of the most advanced productive force. They were regarded as advanced elements in the newly arisen social strata sharing fundamental interests with labor. Formally speaking, such a notion is unconstitutional, given the enshrined postulation of a leading working class. But in an astonishing twist, supporters found it was successfully avoiding the crisis of representation that would occur if the party were only to represent the interests of workers and peasants. 60 Apparently, this was a highly political move of re-legitimation, based on a very different conception of the regime and its power base. Private business people have since entered the party just as the party members have entered into private business. They have also become party branch secretaries, representatives of various trade associations, and deputies to the national and local people's congresses and consultative conferences. The 2013 CAS Annual Blue Book revealed that 1/3 of China's virtual capitalists were organizationally communists. Of those owning more than 100 million yuan, 53% were party members. 7 multi-billionaires attended the 18th Party Congress in 2012. Among the country's super-rich, with a collective family net worth of $221 billion, 160 were identified as party representatives, NPC deputies, or members of the CPPCC. The NPC may boast more very rich members than any other such body on earth. 61A record 415 billionaires controlled a combined wealth of $1.7 trillion by July 2020. 62 The scale of both private accumulation and its infiltration in political power have continued to fortify capitalism with Chinese characteristics, while the party keeps painting its lips red, in the words of Huang Jisu, playwright of Che Guevara, which drew a huge Chinese audience in 2000. 63. The Hu Jintao administration promoted scientific and people-centered development and social harmony, in a remedial effort to redress the social problems that intensified during the 1990s. One popular policy was the removal of the agricultural tax and most other rural levies around the year 2006. The investment in scientific development could have been used to halt the frenzy of urbanization and developmentalism, but it remained abstract, as though the economy was running all by itself. Xi Jinping has inherited from his predecessors the focus on livelihoods, but has injected strong elements of personal authority and nationalism. The quest for national rejuvenation rather than the socialist rectification of accumulated inequality and injustice features in his new era. The Marxism he peddles is just as slanted, typified by the 2017 19th Party Congress identification of the Chinese system's principal contradiction with that between inadequate development and people's ever-growing demand for a good life. Fairly Minshung-oriented, this diagnosis is nevertheless an outright evasion of the relations of production, hence of a structural perspective on class and the power of capital. This seemingly apolitical statement instrumentalizes the rhetoric of socialism for economic modernization, concealing real social and political contradictions. It blindly or willfully endorses vulgar developmentalist biases, as though issues of food and water insecurity, land and industrial pollution, resource depletion and eco-environmental degradation, and multiple rifts of state and society are not all severe enough. Yet politics is emphasized in Xi's guideline, and his definition of socialism is about power retention. In a July 2020 article in Qiaxi, he declared that the most essential feature of socialism with Chinese characteristics is the leadership of the CCP. More specifically, this means above all, insisting on the authority of the party center and its centralized and unified leadership. 64 For the first time, democratic centralism had been cut in half in a formal party document. What a misinterpretation of Marxism and socialism this is, that can mute the language of class, subdue class struggle, absolutize the power at the very top without either ensuring its class position and representative validity or respecting party members' right to speak. The working class has been deprived of what is in theory its own party leadership, and the two are far from organically connected as in the revolutionary past. Precisely in light of this vulnerability of labor and the disoriented life world as a whole, no faithful Marxist could evade class analysis. Obviously, since class is a conceptual vehicle for workers to organize and agitate while overcoming their atomization and powerlessness, it finds no place in a ruling ideology obsessed with maintaining institutional power. Nor can it fall into an internationalist category in a foreign policy strategy immersed in neoglobalism. China is increasingly on a lonely path of its all-out global market integration, tailing the neoliberal phase of globalization which since 2008 has entered an endgame. Xi's thought also leans towards a revivalism of tradition, something else that belies its Marxist label. With assistance from establishment intellectuals, he highlights Chinese civilizational uniqueness, enticing ruling methods rather than common heritages. One of the authoritative expositions of this thought stresses a single narrative that blends Marxism and Confucianism, a century after the May 4th movement that opposed both imperialism from abroad and Confucianism at home, and as such was a precursor of the communist revolution. The line of thinking here is not one that, as Timothy Cheek and David Ownby point out, seeks to help the people rise up. Workers of the world seeking to lose their chains will have to look elsewhere. 65 Interestingly, the use of traditionalism has to be cautious in what it emphasizes. The right to rebel against tyranny, central to the Confucian mandate of heaven 2 millennia before the French Declaration of the Rights of Man, is negated both for its post-cultural revolution baggage and for the sake of absolute stability. As the party forgoes its original ideological commitment as well as its wartime tradition of the mass line, much of what was culturally overhauled by the revolution is being restored, and much of what was culturally imagined about the socialist new person and new world is abandoned. The notion that Xi's ideological ambition and leadership style resemble Mao's is mistaken. The distance between their respective worldviews, visions, policy commitments and personal temperaments could not be greater. Their conceptual modes and theoretical outlooks differ, too, and they also speak to and act on very different historical conditions. After all, Mao was a revolutionary, a rebel of his own making and an astute strategist who would never forget class struggle and always believed in the creative potential of the masses. His theorization of the mass line is a seminal contribution to both Marxism and contemporary politics. Like Marx or Gramsci, He also cherished independent and critical thinking, and the innate ability of everyone to be a philosopher and collectively self-governing. Defying the personality cult, something that he must take the bulk of responsibility for, as a dialectical thinker, Mao consistently deplored dictation by one voice and insisted on self-criticism. He was also of the view that willingness to work with dissenters should be a required quality of worthy successors to the revolutionary cause. 66 She takes the opposite position. The fact that he feels the need to concentrate power in his own hands and take decisions personally may signal an intense power struggle at the top. But it has also resulted in willful policy making and difficulty correcting mistakes. Infallibility is double-edged. Meanwhile, the party is deprived of theory, and its confusing ideological stance echoes the collision between its nominal identity and its actual policies, which are guided by illusions about global capitalism. The defeatist Marxist self-deception about the inescapability of capitalism is one form, the promoted self-confidence in the present course, oblivious to its dangers, is another. The capitalist world is no longer reciprocal, recovering from its own fantasy about a liberalizing China. The Chinese dream is facing ever more determined and concerted external challenges. The dialectic of hegemony and cultural politics. Losing one of its most precious sources of strength, the party suffers from the poverty of theory, this being both a cause and symptom of its crisis of representation. The party has otherwise retained a formidable organizational and mobilizational capability. No longer a conscious proletarian vanguard and aloof from or inimical to working class consciousness contingent on the rhythm of class struggle, the class identity of party rule and party, mass relations in general poses a question that is difficult to answer. Since the CCP is no ordinary political party in electoral competition with others, and is itself the state power, it is undercut by China's voluntary submission to global capitalism. This has recklessly impinged on national autonomy and social cohesion. The global repositioning of the PRC has allowed the overhaul of its socio-economic system without overturning its ruling order, as happened in the former communist bloc. Apparently, this so-called regime durability in China involves profound adaptations of the regime itself, disproving communist as an undifferentiated label. There are resounding ideological and policy distinctions between pre-reform and post-reform, and between the first reform decade and subsequent ones. The puzzle of the CCP staying in power in a post-communist age certainly cannot be tautologically reduced to the idea that it has simply outlived its day. The party's powerful record is magnificent as much as contradictory, and the problem does not stop at theory. It is about history. Socialism, emptied or perverted, and class rule, defeated, are persistent and crying out for rehabilitation. That the CCP has retained power, even without a distinctively communist ideology, makes a huge difference. It is this party monopoly that has enabled the formation of a post-socialist bureaucratic neoliberal state. State, market interdependence and bureaucratic neoliberalization, in particular, epitomize the dualism of socialist remnants and capitalist novelties, making the Chinese state iconoclastic midwife to some of the 21st century's world-shattering changes. Given China's contested hybridity and its evolution from a rebellious variant of state socialism to an unprecedented variant of capitalism, any updated conceptualization must be differentiated from the known models of rentier capitalism, patrimonial capitalism, crony capitalism, and so on. The term state capitalism, most commonly applied, can mean anything, as it signals nothing about important differences among such states, between various phases of a trajectory of individual cases, or between divergent development possibilities. China's present and future are open to experimental practice and historical judgment. Discernible though is the alliance of state and capital, and this is where China's liberal opinion leaders are at fault, by directing public discontent towards the state alone, and acquitting capital. The market utopians simultaneously condemn state intervention and demand government enforcement of privatization and financial liberalization. As such, the state is never their real target since neoliberalism has to be embodied in state policies, especially where such policies are resisted by a public culture still permeated by certain socialist values. The culture of the transmuted PRC state has been underwritten by a few factors. First, this state follows the only hard truth of growth. Unlike the historically latent impulse of catching up or overcoming the anguish and stigma of economic backwardness wherever socialist revolutions took place, market-driven developmentalism is a pure ideology. The standard narrative of China's national economy falling to the brink of collapse by the end of Cultural Revolution was never empirically proven, but the fiction is being fortified as conventional legitimating sources are drained. 67 second, resembling the 19th century reformist language of wealth and power, nationalism is another central piece of ideology hailed as the China Dream. The state is taming the future and enshrining the revolutionary past, Rebecca Karl observes, as if it had been fought to secure the victory of national capitalism. 68 At times youthful nationalist sentiments can flood both the official and non-official media, as a generation that has grown up in an ascendant China comes to resent Western arrogance and double standards. Patriotism infused by ethnocentric chauvinism also feeds local tribalist or splittist tendencies. Without socialist and internationalist ordinance, both sides can be self-destructive. Nationalist ideology, clinching a neo-globalist imaginary and embracing not only capitalist integration but also a global China, is especially prone to power and resource chasing and geopolitical clashes. The era of revolutionary nationalism and internationalism is long gone. Myths around Chinese homogeneity, ascendancy, military formidability, and entitlement to superpower status dangerously lead the way. A third pillar of state culture is a seemingly irresistible propensity to grant unity, an obsession with monist authority and non-negotiable unitary control. This is probably a multi-millenarian tradition since the Qin unification. Regardless of repeated upheavals and divisions, unity or unification must be preserved at all cost as an intrinsic virtue and defining feature of the great state itself, however fluid or transcendental the Chinese entity and its spatial boundaries have been. 69 The post-Mao leaders have all been allergic to any suggestion of chaos, and their fear of disorder results in an inability to perceive a dynamic social balance and buttresses oppressive state apparatuses today. Generally, order is indeed a scarce resource among countries in poverty and conflict, but superficial and short-term stability has little public value. Police forces have been deployed to control not only violent protesters but also peaceful petitioners and dissidents, and indeed idealist students, from Tiananmen to Jiazhou. The maintenance of stability takes the largest slice of government expenditure, and its growth has outpaced that of national defense in the last decade, when the total sum exceeded the combined budgets for healthcare, diplomacy and financial oversight. More is now also spent on state surveillance as a much-feared component of dystopian digital capitalism. In the face of social tensions and governing quandaries, the state's most effective trope is preventing cultural revolutionary-style anarchy. Denying free speech and association is in line with the primacy of stability as a proxy for public consensus. The nature of the politico-economic and socio-cultural changes unfolding in China is yet to be determined. Until key political divisions and class alignment within and without the party are settled, preliminary questions concerning friends and enemies cannot be answered. In comparison with the revolutionary 20th century, not only is the extent of bureaucratic capital controlling the means and surpluses of production nearly impossible to quantify given muddled ownership and property relations, the oscillating ideological stance of the CCP is also confounding. Having avoided formally denouncing its constitution, the party tries to reconcile pro-Minchen and pro-capital policies, while in the transition from a post-revolutionary to a post-socialist state redrawing class and every other line in domestic and foreign policy making. That the fostering of a private and financialized IT industry and its media networks has undermined the party's own cultural hegemony is a case in point. Obviously, the influential idea that automation and digitization dissolve the old public-private distinction is unconvincing, and the free flow of information cannot by itself be communist in terms of knowledge commons. 70 In such a tangled condition of cultural politics, the concept of post-socialism is deliberate. It is to indicate the structural conditions predicated on a post-capitalist logic, since the prior socialist experience is premised on the negation of capitalism. 71 This is paradoxical. The linguistic and conceptual inference of post-socialism instantaneously designates both the death and survival of a passing era. While the prefix is mostly a negative signifier, the positive references of socialism in connection with an epic, yet enormously complicated historical movement transform the connotations of post-socialism. Socialism remains prescriptive when emerging opportunities can be seized. The social reproduction of cultural hegemony both nationally and transnationally is synchronic with that of the structural conditions. The objectification or routinization of this hegemonic agenda kindles a conformist public sphere, adverse to class consciousness and popular struggle. It is the dominant cultural capital that keeps reinforcing alienated labor. It relentlessly adapts its subjects to existing social relations, deadening their energies and abilities to imagine any other and better order of the world. 72 As authoritarian capitalism degrades labor while cultivating uniformity, however, it also engenders antipathy and opposition. Because of the surviving socialist moral standards, by which government decisions and policies are still socially gauged, Chinese subalterns, while suffering everywhere, still have a strong sense of entitlement and can still defend their constitutionally and legally recognized rights. Extremely brutal forms of exploitation of laborers exist in China, but the Chinese working classes know how to fight and have confidence in themselves. There is no submissive attitude as seen elsewhere in third world capitalism. 73 If this sounds overly optimistic, given that political dilemmas and state repression have debilitated Chinese labor subjectivity as well, some collective memory and latent energy are indeed there. Moreover, a wholesale capitalist transition is utopian and has offered no solution to many of the problems created during the transition. Capitalism with Chinese characteristics aggregative of global systematic impasses might be manageable only by some more realistic, post-capitalist, and hence transformative approaches. To see China's socialist path dependency as having not entirely evaporated is to recognize contradictions within the party and state themselves, as well as the lasting egalitarian and democratic initiatives in society at large. Obviously, the Chinese resources here are far more tenacious and richer than the Polanyian double movement of social self-protection. Without such resources bolstering social pressures, the transition could have been even more calamitous. If the socialist end is to trade with the mere preservation of the regime, the social state designed to serve the people could plunge into social fascism. Recalling Marx, his objection to social oppression is equally important. Not only must statism not be mistaken for socialism, but the notion of the social is not immune to tyrannical or xenophobic perversions. His edifying warning is that the free association of the future must not exist at the expense of its members, who must remain free producers. One must above all avoid setting the society up again as an abstraction opposed to the individual. 74 This is where socialism and liberalism in their true forms converge, and why the significance of people's democracy trialed in Chinese socialism ought to be critically appreciated. This is also where the social must be defended from right-wing populist abuses that conceal social class and power relations in a binary anti-state rhetoric. For one thing, the unintended outcomes of the Great Leap and the Cultural Revolution need to be contextualized in their specific circumstances, and for another, these events were not what the Chinese socialist enterprise was all about. They did fall into disarray, but the larger landscape of successful development since 1949 is indisputable. One does not need to look further than India, comparable to China in size and starting point, to see what difference a thoroughgoing social revolution can make for the lives of common people. The fact that both the national population and life expectancy nearly doubled in the first 3 decades of the PRC speaks for itself. The post-Mao crusaders for socialism have invoked symbolic power to forge a prevalent narrative of a dark pre-reform history. Any breakthrough in cultural politics will have to begin with rejecting the discursive habitus of this fictitious history. The pretext of failed historical communism in general, and Chinese socialism in particular, should be refuted. E. H. Carr's commentary on Soviet history is certainly fairer, the danger is not that we shall draw a veil over the enormous blots on the record of the revolution, over the cost in human suffering, over the crimes committed in its name. The danger is that we shall be tempted to forget altogether, and to pass over in silence, its immense achievements. 75 The same could be said, perhaps still more fittingly, of the Chinese case where the battle is not yet over. Fragile and discreet resistance in China is attributable to ideological and policy contradictions, and hence to confusions over statecraft. The Communist Party, nominal rather than authentic after the radicalization of reform since the 1990s, has broken a once organized working class and fragmented society and its common culture. It is significant that degraded and dispossessed labor and other socially or culturally aggrieved groups, as well as segments within the political elite, opposed the transition to authoritarian capitalism yet have not contemplated a revolution. The socialist critics in China reject old-fashioned revolutionary upheaval, not primarily because of any objective obstacle, from the repressive and ideological state apparatus to the party's coercive and non-coercive hegemonic reach and stabilizing functions, nor is it merely about an objection to undue violence. It is because in their eyes the regime has not exhausted its greatest credibility from the revolutionary and socialist past. Moreover, they must confront the anti-communist revolutionaries at the same time. That is, as China's capitalist integration is far from conclusive, the socialist task is to mount pressure on the party and state power, to the extent of reappropriating it from within the system hampered by paramount contradictions, unblocking or reopening the passage to socialism. This would be a renewed historical project and revolutionary in essence. Politics in command, a powerful idiom of Maoism, still resonates. It calls for class and line struggle, party rebuilding, and democratic institutionalization, mass line and social movements. The recaptured party must then clarify its relationship with the popular state on the one hand, and its class positioning on the other. With great foresight and the intricacies of the Russian Revolution in mind, Gramsci from his prison cell in Turin made an intriguing analysis pertinent to a very distant time. The proletarian political party is the first cell containing the germs of collective will which are striving to become universal and total. But when such a party is no longer recognized as the proper expression of their class, a crisis of opposition would arise between the represented and representatives. Particularly, as the party bureaucrats turn themselves into the most dangerously habitual and conservative force, standing by itself and feeling independent from the masses, the party ends by becoming anachronistic. 76 Having rather accurately tracked such a journey, except that it has also gone further by subsuming the state through depoliticizing its own ideology in the managerial terms of governance, the CCP's most spectacular failure is ideological. Neither neoglobalism nor neo-traditionalism, both centered in developmentalist national rejuvenation, is faithful to the Marxist outlook and commitment to class and universal emancipation. Facing a presumed new Cold War, the party is still full of illusions about globalization under the dominant global teleology of capitalism. Any modern prince's mission to accomplish the transition to socialism is yet to be reborn, but organization is indispensable for reforming the reform. What Alain Badiou among others imagined, emancipatory struggles as a politics without party or a post-party politics 77, cannot be a winning strategy for the Chinese socialists in their post-revolutionary as well as post-socialist conditions. Crowds, as Jody Dean insists, must be organized into conscious class forces. 78 It is not subalternity as such, but common awareness and determination to change it form the collective subjectivity of a transformative politics. Precisely because the CCP is no longer ideologically and organizationally communist, the making and remaking of the historical subject from below would involve the same process as party reconstruction. Only a Gramscian war of position for a radically democratic counter-hegemonic bloc could reverse the course of neoliberal capitalist authoritarianism and imperialism. This prospect is not inconceivable. Historically, the CCP has taken with it the laboring classes and their allies into various situations, and proven capable of self-corrective adaptability. Its future will depend on the ongoing hegemonic struggles within the system. The uniquely valuable resources of equality and liberation rooted in the Chinese Revolution and socialism could be an extraordinary advantage, and China's greatest reserve of soft power. Otherwise, repoliticization is meaningless if not combined with the gradual assumption of responsibility by workers in the management of society at all levels. 79 An example is the new United Front requirement of a party branch to be located in all sizable private firms, as though leaving the basic state, capital alliance intact and without workers' participation. This would not merely instrumentalize the party for capital control over labor and management. Instead, the reaccentuated politics is to be measured and contested by depicting and overcoming contradictions between socialism and Chinese characteristics. Here a chronic legitimacy crisis cannot remain hidden for long, if the regime keeps moving away from its own ranks and traditional supporters. And since legitimation is to a crucial extent a function of ideological and discursive power, it must be fought for against the false politics of preserving power for power's sake. To regain socialist persuasion in China as elsewhere, is to re-engage culture and win battles for ideas, and thereby for class and popular agency. As Yu Zhao noted, oppositions against neoliberal developments continue to surface at every turn of the reform process in politics and ideology. 80 Essential to this counter-hegemonic struggle is an alternative economic vision. Indeterminacy of transitional economies is laid bare in China, demonstrating how decisive political and cultural infrastructures are for a socialist market. Such a vision is especially challenging for a post-capitalist knowledge economy and society. The imagination and theorization of a socialist political economy superior to the capitalist mode and relations of production and the market as we know it have been a constant undercurrent in the reform era. There have also been numerous experiments with market socialism at all levels, some governmental and others spontaneous, and even failed ones can be valuable for enhanced future practices. These have yet to be discussed more extensively. Let it suffice here to stress that whether socialism is attainable in the long run lies in the economic sphere, or the ability of socialists to envision and leap over the threshold of what Lenin referred to as an extremely difficult task, an epoch-making undertaking of completing the foundations of socialist economy. 81 There will be retreats and defeats, and the inertia patterned on capitalist and pre-capitalist path dependency can be enormous. But accumulated crises could also catalyze change. Such an opportunity would be indicated by a viable socio-economic program of democratic planning, needs-oriented allocation of resources, unalienated labor, and protected eco-environment ready for experimentation. Labor and the population at large would by then also have been prepared through a long war of position for an alternative. What once seemed impossible can become unpreventable. Epilogue. This is the last struggle. This book is a critical analysis of the communist revolution, socialist development, and post-socialist transformation in China, a trajectory best understood through the country's changing position vis-a-vis global capitalism. Where revolutionary China was a rebel that broke free from the global system, reformist China has made itself an economic beneficiary, for the time being, by participating in it. That enormously costly project of market integration seems to have reached its limit, as China is now perceived as a vicious competitor to the existing global rule makers and must be stopped. Yet all the same, post-socialist transition in China has proven unsustainable, and the first sign of reorientation emerged from the CCP's October 2020 Central Committee meeting, against the overwhelmingly intricate internal and external background of a global pandemic, an all-round trade, technological and fiscal war waged by the US, and freshly entangled difficulties at home. Although the Chinese economy is recovering even as economic contraction has been worsening globally, what matters is not the resumption of an exhausted or gridlocked old order, but how to open up a new path. 1 Arundhati Roy was right when she wrote, "In the midst of this terrible despair, the pandemic offers us a chance to rethink the doomsday machine we have built for ourselves. Nothing could be worse than a return to normality. Instead, humans should break with the past and imagine their world anew." 2 Indeed, a rare consensus emerged among those who dare to imagine an alternative future, that in fact there is no normality to return to, which is certainly true for China. Fighting coronavirus. The year 2020, Zhengzi in the Chinese sexagenary cycle, has seen massive crises, starting with the outbreak of COVID-19 in Wuhan. This has been a punitive test of the government's leadership, public health system and social solidarity, as well as state capacity in a world context. China, along with a few smaller countries, has so far come out a winner in the contest. Ian Johnson, writer and veteran New York Times correspondent who was among those critical reporters expelled from China in March, produced a testimony from personal experience. He encountered a flyer distributor in his residential building in Beijing a few days after Wuhan had gone into lockdown, which lasted from January 23 to April 8, 2020, and other cities had declared a public health emergency. The flyer, written by the Beijing municipal government in 8 languages, was one of the many means along with official websites and social media accounts to disseminate the latest, most authoritative information about the virus, as well as advice on basic precautions to be taken. It also listed over 100 hospitals designated to handle fever in Greater Beijing. The manager was diligent, wrote Johnson. She checked with me about my neighbors, and asked me if I had a mask. After a few minutes she cheerfully left to carry on with her rounds to make sure that everyone was well informed. This housing manager turned out to be among the mass of regular foot soldiers in China's combat against the virus, who worked tirelessly in much more severe situations around the country over the next few months. In particular, compliance in China was overwhelmingly voluntary. Beijing's streets were empty not because people were forced to stay home but because they mostly accepted the leadership's message. The result is that China, the pandemic's epicenter, a country of 1.4 billion people, has had 4,634 deaths, a seventh of Spain's, an eighth of Italy's, a ninth of Britain's, and less than a 40th of the US.3. Martin Wolf of the Financial Times stressed that just as China was successful in bringing the disease under control in Hubei, so it helped to halt the spread across the country. 4 There was never a pan-Chinese outbreak. According to a speech at an October 2020 International Medical Conference by Dr. Zhang Wenhong, a sober and trusted professional voice and leader of the Shanghai Coronavirus Expert Group, this success in almost eradicating the disease in China over 2 months is unknown in the history of human pandemic management. This speedy control among so large a national population also meant substantial mitigation of the serious side effect where health systems overwhelmed by one ailment led to delays or unavailability of care for others. How has China done it? Whatever criticisms we may have of the many draconian measures imposed, to the extent that villages were often barricaded like medieval fortresses, and housing compounds run as if under martial law, clear government directives and effective social physical distancing became standard procedure around the world. 5 No doubt major mistakes were made in Wuhan, from dismissing the alarms by doctors towards the end of 2019 and delays in enacting the national early warning system built after SARS. 2002, to permitting a public banquet of 40,000 families in mid-January. There was also a gathering of thousands of deputies for the provincial and municipal 2 sessions at around the same time, even as certain urgent work on public information about disease control was suspended. But after initial confusion and panic when hospitals in Wuhan were overwhelmed, the central government moved decisively in late January with a national program of elimination, identifying and admitting all the patients into hospitals for free treatment and prevention, making all the confirmed and suspicious cases subject to immediate quarantine. Many observers have noted the effectiveness of the Chinese science-based strategy in breaking the chain of infection, strictly enforced lockdowns of the megacity and large areas surrounding it, involving more than 50 million people, fast and comprehensive testing, tracking and treating every patient, complete quarantine procedures, use of traditional medicine, simple messaging, and strong, extensive logistical networks for supply and delivery. The government has maintained accurate prevention and control in the new normal since mid-2020. All this relies on sophisticated organization, efficient central, local coordination, and broad cooperation at the grassroots level of neighborhood committees and community networks. The Chinese system has worked to save lives. Three key factors can be highlighted. First, government determination and state capacity were vital in crisis management. Putting people first, ahead of economic priorities, rather than totalitarian management seen by some critics, was the essence of China's strategy for the pandemic, even if ultimately the two goals converge. People especially appreciate it when they see the residual party tradition of acting on the hardest tasks. Of the 496 health workers and volunteers who died on the front line as of April 29, 2020, 328 were party members. It has also been crucial to maintain state control over basic physical and financial infrastructures, hence the macro efficiency of emergency planning and investment and resource allocation, an argument in support of the fortification of SOEs. In mobilizing public and social resources, over 200 medical teams of more than 42,000 medics, with ample equipment, were dispatched to Hubei from other cities. Large new hospitals were built in days, convention and sport centers and student dormitories were remodeled into makeshift hospitals to host and treat less serious patients. Ventilators, protective suits, masks and so on were massively produced on a wartime schedule. Importantly, China has also managed to send doctors and medical supplies to a number of other countries, and pledged that Chinese vaccines will be made a global public good. 6. Social mobilization reminiscent of the revolutionary mass line has remained necessary and effective in these circumstances. Once again, ordinary people, including dedicated cadres, community workers, and countless volunteers, have shown extraordinary energy, self-discipline and self-sacrifice at a time of crisis. Third, rural China demonstrated its strategic importance in sustaining agrarian production, receiving returned migrants from their suspended urban jobs, self-organizing to guard villages and stop contagion, and securing grain and vegetable supplies to cities under siege. The 2020 harvest was not affected by the multiple natural disasters of the year. While urban employment declined by 6% or about 26.4 million people, in the first quarter of 2020 due to lockdowns, many of these were migrant workers who returned to their rural homes where they still hold land rights and have families to rely on. As such, villages acted as a shock absorber. All these factors, state economic and organizational capacity, mass mobilization, and cooperative self-initiatives and discipline, and the absorptive rural backstop, are legacies of revolution and socialism. The explanation for China's success is thus found not in Asian values, but in enduring socialist traditions. It is also worth remembering the huge supplies and donations shipped to China from a dozen countries, involving normal trade as well as humanitarian aid, as well as huge contributions from overseas Chinese and foreign volunteers. The notion of shared humanity makes concrete sense in the pandemic. Reassessing China's global position. Coming out of this sudden, unprecedented public health crisis, the PRC has found itself in an unfamiliar or indeed hostile foreign environment, the most difficult since 1989. Globally, the pandemic has widened and deepened existing tensions and generated new crises. Confronted with the US-led smear campaign against China, Beijing can no longer delay a reassessment of its place in the world, and must reposition itself accordingly so as to navigate out of the quandary it faces. Is it really an era of peace and development after the one of war and revolution depicted by the reformers' Maoist predecessors, as they have long perceived it? Or is it something quite different? The one sure thing that is often neglected in China's reformist worldview is imperialism, regarding which Lenin's familiar theory on monopolistic, financialized, capital exporting, and territorially aggressive features for super-profit remains highly relevant. Paul Sweezy's monopoly capital posited that the tendency of rising surplus in the ever more concentrated and oligopolistic mode of capitalist production would replace that of the falling rate of profit characteristic of a more competitive capitalism, which explained how the newer markets could speed up accumulation and prolong capitalist lifespan. Information and other technological revolutions have reshaped production and consumption as much as exploitation. Varieties of collaboration notwithstanding, Tensions are growing between national sovereignty and multinationals, productive and financial capitals, formal and informal economies, permanent and precarious workforces, and so on. FDI-stimulated manufacturing hubs in the global south contrast with the increasingly deindustrialized global north and its speculative and volatile stock and money markets. This malformed north-south interdependence, with a parasitic northern class enabled by financialization and internet transactions extracting profits and rents from the south, globalizes domestic class polarization and is inherently unstable. 7 Clearly, imperialist law also strongly inclines towards technological monopolies and the shielding of a rentier oligarchy and states from any competition. Its function though relies on local regimes. Critiques of imperialism wouldn't be effective without touching on its local collaborative power. This neoliberal hyperglobalization has not only seen an accelerated accumulation in the core but has also had a major impact on labor in its peripheries. The contradiction appears no longer confined to one between capital and labor, but also among labor, as though countries at the receiving end of FDI and their workers producing for the world market are responsible for outsourced real economy, depressed wages, and job losses in the more advanced economies. As labor's misery in trade surplus countries is correlated with collateral damages in trade deficit ones, trade wars are indeed class wars. 8 Making labor cheap as a comparative advantage in the global labor arbitrage hurts labor everywhere, above all domestically. This is a basic factor of international trade conflicts and class politics. While debate over industrial policy has returned to haunt the U.S., which has never really abandoned such a policy in preserving its economic and technological supremacy, China has paid a terrible price for its participation in the reconfiguration of global capital, and that only reinforces existing power relations, partial dependency, extreme inequalities, labor deprivation, environmental degradation, imposed from outside but duly internalized. The fact that the U.S. has taken advantage of low-cost goods made in China and of China's outsized foreign reserve holding in U.S. bonds, both untenable, can be viewed as either success or failure from each state's standpoint. On the Chinese side, a more self-reflective evaluation is, among the many negative effects of neoliberalization, about a loss of 30 years of China's own industrial software due to strategically short-sighted and opportunistic policies. Unequal exchange that continues to see the core capitalist powers chasing profitability and extracting surpluses abroad warrants both economic nationalism and labor internationalism. Any tension between the two needs to be registered as a protest against imperialism and globalization-fueled polarization. Regardless of the great disparity between the two powers, China's ascendancy is obviously incompatible with the current global order, which underlines the reasons for the pursuit of the new Cold War, so-called, waged by the US and its allies since the late 2010s. There is no replica of High Cold War, however, and the US-led global order is absolutely unrivaled. The present rivalry is missing the essential factor of two socio-economic and political ideological systems, socialism versus capitalism. China's intended integration into multilateral global capitalism, rather than surpassing it, makes all the difference. Such a Cold War can at most be a rhetorical shorthand, a warning of dangers, without a real alternative. When the aggressive containment of China is favored by an otherwise divided American political class, the only option China has is to self-reposition, re-identifying itself with the working and oppressed peoples internationally. It has never been so urgent to counter imperialism and the drums of war. Issues with long-term strategy. One unintended consequence of the external pressures imposed on the PRC has been the bursting of its illusions, forcing it to seek a path-breaking alternative. As the Chinese economy rebounds and export upsurges, its role in the now racked global supply chain becomes a burning question when growing trade protectionism looms, with embargoes, sanctions and the desertion of foreign capital. As one of the world's foremost manufacturers and trading partners for many countries, has China prepared for a decoupling with the US, and is it able to cope with any serious fallout? Although its foreign trade dependency rate had already declined markedly before the pandemic, could China survive a US-initiated separation, sometimes misperceived as deglobalization? What a historical irony that China and the US have swapped positions, contrary to the Delanking in resisting capitalist global scramble of the remaining local commons long proposed on the left. Now it is China, reluctant to give up its G2 illusion, that champions for continuous globalization. China has responded with a plan of national and transnational dual circulation and high-quality development based on new or renewable energy. It has vowed to achieve more technological autonomy, with an emphasis on science and education, and new infrastructural construction hailed as a part of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, that will move toward a networked intelligence economy and society. Its high-tech sectors are making growth qualitatively rather than quantitatively defined. The proposal for dual circulation has been promised on a domestic market augmented by growing internal demand. Such a market, it is hoped, will nurture self-reliance at a higher level and overcome the signature capitalist crisis of overproduction caused by mass underconsumption, previously managed by an export-led economic model. Earlier in 2020 the government had already announced its intention to move forward on the banning of exports of strategic substances and technologies to foreign companies. But an air of reluctance also abounds. The People's Daily has repeatedly stated that neither the general tendency of globalization nor China's own open policy will change. Foreign investors are promised to see widening preferential treatment, such as in land use at 70% or of the lowest national industrial land pricing. 9 Experts advised that dual circulation should be understood as a concept of mutual reinforcement between its two components, and some prefer to interpret it as just another detour to removing capital account control and completing land marketization. The abuses of the US nevertheless seem to have served as a wake-up call for the country to restore an independent development agenda that could somewhat resemble the massive achievements of the program of Science for the People under high socialism. Now there is really a chance for a new set of policies capable of managing economic rebalancing at long last, even moving China out of the cheap labor zone in the global market altogether. Most importantly, the December 2020 Politburo meeting acknowledged for the first time in decades the need to curb monopoly and forestall unruly capital expansion. Taking Xiaokong or moderate prosperity as the point of departure 10 and retracing Made in China 2025 in the party's new 2035 vision, the two-century goals are not beyond reach in economic terms. These ambitions, however, are ultimately about competing with other powers within the system rather than overcoming capitalism. Moreover, the proposed changes are far from breaching the growth-centered framework, and are surprisingly unaware of their environmental implications in spite of the clear waters and green mountains rhetoric. Neither are structural obstacles, such as an increasingly mixed public sector, loosened capital control, labor precarity and exploitation, and marketized public services, specifically addressed. Obviously, without the radical reduction of household educational and healthcare costs and large rural and urban low-income groups, boosting domestic demands could be wishful thinking. Unlike many countries, China's coveted stimulus package focus on the resumption of infrastructure, entrepreneurship, and innovation, rather than flat emergency cash transfers. The government has neither repeated the 2008-9 program with its lasting complications of economic bubbles nor addressed the exceedingly unequal redistributive and public provision systems. The idea of market stimulus is in any case, by definition, short-sighted. While the long-debated thesis around universal basic income has entered the government agenda in some countries, it exerts no influence on Beijing, even temporarily. Yet the idea, even with many skeptics, could be useful for the well-being of the vast Chinese population, among which nobody should ever be surplus or disposable. This is so not only because of the immediate pressure on employment due to automation and relocation-induced industrial labor redundancy, even though massive new roles are also being constantly created, in addition to the enormous demand from improving and expanding human infrastructure. It is also because the two important local traditions of a social moral economy and a public culture of collective volunteerism would lessen barriers to designing and implementing a UBA scheme. Although work and life have begun to be reconceived and reorganized towards discarding both bullshit jobs and jobless classes in a post-capitalist realm of freedom 11 and notwithstanding valid criticisms of Ube from the left, the Chinese socialists are yet to envision anything like a social dividend underpinning full activity without full employment. Legalizing shortened work weeks could also be both socially and environmentally beneficial, if the legal 40-hour week can first be implemented. The government has nevertheless taken a positive step that large industrial and financial SOEs have been instructed since 2017 to contribute a standard 10% of their total equity to the national pension and social security funds. Belatedly, some sort of wealth and inheritance taxes are also being contemplated. Since universal provision of basic income, also as a universal right, if not presumes, then can certainly more securely relies on a public sector dominated by socialized investment free of the threats of capital strike and flight, and for equal sharing of its earnings among all citizens, than mere taxation. This proposal is antithetical to privatization. A regrettable omission from China's post-COVID plan is the health system. Despite Healthy China being a stated policy goal, the system has been in a deadlock of endless rounds of wrong-headed reforms, which have resulted in profit-driven public hospitals and privatized pharmaceutical companies notorious for expensive or even unsafe drugs. During the pandemic, the government was able to provide free treatment to all coronavirus patients from late January 2020. This emergency practice could have been directly translated into a program towards equal and universal free care as the only solution to the two serious popular concerns, unaffordability and health inequality. The hindrance is not financial but political, as attested by what China could achieve through rudimentary yet free public care and preventive medicine, when it was many times poorer, and many people reasonably expected such hindrances to be brushed away after the crisis. The socialist experience of eliminating smallpox and snail fever, and effectively controlling other pestilences, is legendary. It featured a low-cost, comprehensive public network involving state investment in a three-layered health protection system of county hospitals, township medical centers and village clinics, as well as urban medical professionals taking turns to work in rural areas and train the locals, plus an army of community clinics and barefoot doctors. Mass immunization and basic care along with general improvements in sanitation and nutrition also greatly helped treating and restricting infectious diseases. The well-known story of fighting snail fever has been recognized in several WHO reports. In Mao's 1958 poem celebrating the defeat of the disease in the most infected regions, Farewell to the God of Plague, the verse about 600 million marvelous Chinese all being equal to Yao and Chun is still a popular aspiration. That victory on the health front, among others, explains how life expectancy could nearly have doubled between 1949 and the late 1970s. In fact, schistosomiasis made a return after decollectivization and the loss of organized communal defense. The lesson is clear: healthcare is a realm for public management rather than market calculation. China's new infrastructures, highlighted in the 14th Five-Year Plan, could have rebuilt public medicine with universal coverage, beginning by extending the emergency practice into a new norm. Instead, nominally socialist China continues to allow itself to lag behind both former communist states and capitalist social democracies in this crucial public welfare area. National financial independence and stability is another key battleground. In addition to strengthening capital account control and preventing more defaults, the regulation of private monopolies and shadow banking is essential. The government has taken steps to clear up the mess of smaller high-leverage peer-to-peer lending, but stopped short of reining in private finance more decisively. The Alibaba empire, its payment system and the microloan and online banking subsidiaries, and the Ant Financial Services Group informally affiliated to it, have even made their stakeholders, through public offering, government financial institutions as large as the National Social Security Fund and China Investment Corporation. In July 2020, the group's private placement of shares was valued at more than $45 billion. Sovereign state credit was thereby granted to shore up private oligarchs, including foreign investors holding half of the shares. An element of tech fetishism played a part in this, but financial innovation in e-commerce, like those innovative bank derivatives which led to the 2008 global meltdown, can be hazardous. It has nothing to do with hard technology, but is merely about the big data-enhanced process of big profit-making. That China pioneered such internet trading and financing, drawing daily transactions by 800 million people, is hardly something to celebrate. The annual November 11th e-buying sprees, trillions of dollars worth, is exemplary of the unrestrained consumerism, hedonism, and market absurdity, which also encourages a demeaning gendered pattern of coercive consumption. The CEOs of Alibaba and Ant were summoned to an interview by the central regulators, and their planned dual listing in Shanghai and Hong Kong was postponed in early November 2020, followed also by an antitrust investigation in December. Many wonder how this came so late, and what kind of hidden interests were involved, implicating the regulatory regime itself. The CEOs of big private financial and IT companies do not only top the lists of China's and the world's billionaires, but are also prominent people's deputies to the NPC and local congresses or members of the national and provincial political consultative conferences. They have bought some control over the media and hence certain discursive power as well, to help lobbying the government and gain support and protection for their business model of digitizing the infrastructure of a monopolistic and financialized information capitalism. This is a large case to show how international and fictitious capital can spectacularly augment not only through traditional forms of exploitation, property speculation, and financial gambling, but also private internet enclosures, big data control and transnational e-commerce. It also shows how the enhanced tendency towards socialization of knowledge production may not change the relations of production in their totality. The new managerial mode under private capital and property rights regimes tends to tolerate fake news and disinformation rather than open source for equal access. Digitization in everyday Chinese life has seen a ruthlessly expanding and competitive platform economy brutalizing its intensely exploited gig labor. Delivery workers went on several cross-provincial strikes in the autumn of 2020, over unbearable automatically programmed timetables and wage arrears. In this context, the belated central interventions in the name of constraining capital could be a sign that the public authorities are finally moving to rein in private financiers and unruly markets, and along with it the toxic level of family and government indebtedness, which has mounted from debt-funded investment and spending. Such private monopolies contradict the intrinsically public and socialized disposition of platforms, shielded by a mass culture of commodity fetishism and advertisement-led desires and consumption. Another oversight has been in the country's rural strategy. The new 5-year plan does stress national self-sufficient of grain and food security, autonomy in seeds, R&D for smart agriculture and further greening by increasing forest coverage, as well as raising household income and the integrated development of primary, secondary, and tertiary industries in the rural areas. But little attention is paid to the essential agency of peasant subjectivity and a socialist moral economy of rural communities in terms of overall national and social security. Central policy continues to prioritize industrialization, urbanization, and agricultural modernization, without addressing the serious issues of village collectives losing leverage over land, or agro-capital undercutting organic farming and peasant commons. 12 Yet one outstanding feature in China's response to the pandemic is the position of the countryside as the lifeline in crisis management and disaster relief, as the country navigates turbulent waters. The depth and resourcefulness of its rural rearguard is again strategically significant. Rural China, with its boundless potential, is vital for the nation's food and general protection, not to mention for the benefits of a less energy-intensive living against a backdrop of the modern urban/industrial civilization-induced global warming. Precisely because science and technology are transforming agriculture, wider productive activities and village life with it, policy thinking needs to be aware of the open possibilities. The trend should be geared towards the vision of communal socialism, an organic eco-agriculture, rural reorganization of diversified works and of life, free provision of universal health care and quality schooling, so as to consolidate rather than weaken rural China. Only then can the whole country become safer, greener, healthier, and also better cultivated and connected through stronger knowledge commons and faster communication. Defining a critical socialist stance. In China, the Marxist socialists have sought a reorientation. They are cornered by ambiguities, not least in identifying friends and enemies in class terms. They face the stark ideological and policy contradictions of the PRC state and society, intensified imperialist aggression towards China, and the wide divisions of a fragmented left. In a repressive and ever narrower political and discursive space, for both left and right, and especially labor activism, the socialists have to endure doubts and be extremely cautious not to overlook any chance of anti-capitalist change from within the system's core, while preventing their own criticisms from being confused with, or exploited by, right-wing China bashing. These constraints could limit their analyses, mute their voices and halt their influence at a time when, as Arif Derlich wrote 30 years ago, the major casualty of post-socialism is the concept of socialism itself. 13 The situation of Chinese socialists abroad is especially difficult. They are reluctant to criticize China not because of a nationalist sentiment as such, but because of an obligation to demarcate themselves clearly from anti-socialist attacks on China. Yet precisely because of their unyielding defense of the principles of the communist revolution, their position inevitably contradicts much of the official one. What socialist critics have since endeavored to carry through is this very synchrony of socialism and criticism. To do so they must reclaim the fundamental justice and historicity of revolutionary and socialist practice, and reappropriate socialist language credibly and meaningfully. They must also re-engage in the ultimate struggle between socialism and capitalism, one that was blocked by the failure of the Cultural Revolution, which, in turn and paradoxically, facilitated a process of making China an agent of capitalist globalization. Such a critical stance towards the party line is often challenged by the fact that the regime retains substantial support, and not only because there is no viable alternative. Among a series of sizable surveys conducted in mainland China in the 2010s, the popularity of the central state is consistent. According to a Harvard study of recent polls on citizens' perception of government performance between 2003 and 2016, across the board, satisfaction levels have risen. 14 While such surveys may not be free from refusal bias or sampling limitation, and history shows us that popular support does not automatically vindicate any regime, it is socialist critiques invoking a kind of line struggle that have helped push and could continue to push policies leftward. The latter could entail recovering and buttressing the CCP's original power base. As argued here, the regime's resilience can be explained by a combination of historical revolutionary legitimacy, the legitimizing effect of improved Minsheng and enhanced national standing. But the phenomenal public approval does also sharpen the question concerning hegemony itself, or the educative and formative role of the state. This state is capable of assimilating society into a total and molecular transformation of ways of thinking and acting, hence the struggle over collective political will. 15 In the midst of a materialist culture saturated with market values, socialist counter-hegemony is a long revolution to recuperate social solidarity with labor, the poor and marginalized, and the toiling masses of the world. The socialist subject is made and can be remade. This struggle is thus waged on a triple front simultaneously, against capitalist and Cold War anti-communism, 2. Unchecked Chinese nationalism that betrays the socialist cause of class emancipation and class-based internationalism, and 3. Compromised international leftism sitting on the fence between the US and the PRC, as though the two countries are politically equivalent. Can a warmonger with troops stationed and combating abroad and warships navigated often thousands of miles away from home, and a road and plant builder abroad, even if self-motivated, really be equitable? Putting aside the common foe of the right, a critical socialist left distinguishes itself, first, from the standpoint that maintains an unconditional defense of China and its pro-capitalist outlook and characteristics, and second, from a leftist eclecticism and its refusal to condemn imperialist and racist provocations against China. Neutrality can be complacency. These distinctions allow the socialists the scope to maintain their principled position. Being steadfastly critical of a China drifting to the right in the past 3 decades beneath the party's confusing rhetoric, the constructive internal socialist opposition insists on categorical differences between the social characters of pre- and post-reform and further between the first and subsequent reform decades. This insistence is not merely about historical accuracy or intellectual honesty, but is essentially a pathway to source the overlapping experiences of Chinese transformations to deal with today's challenges. Socialism in the prevalent perspective never really existed, or was no more than a doomed and parenthetical episode. But that is fiction, not history. An especially pressing question is that without the socialist values of freedom, equality, fraternity, and democracy being substantively reclaimed in its mainland political economy, public institutions and social cultural policies, on what ground can China pursue unification and justify its minority policies and global projects? The answer to imperialist and racist bullying and interference thus lies not only in the country's determined opposition to unilateralism and militarism, but also and mainly its own strengths and international support. China must refuse to play dangerous war games with the US concerning cross-strait relations. Taiwan is a political question and can be resolved politically. Only dialogue can lead to any form of a democratically legitimate union, conditioned on peace. Critical socialism is premised on seeing history as an open contour. A conviction underlining this book is that the developmental juncture at which China has arrived was neither unavoidable nor natural, as China's Heikists argue, and it is not unchangeable either. The possibility of a fundamental transformation of late capitalism is not closed. Development is always multilinear, sanctioning paths not taken and invoking asynchronous temporalities. Since the capitalist promise offers no solutions to local and global predicaments and the system keeps inflicting cataclysms upon society and nature, and since capitalism with Chinese characteristics is not only aggregative of global systematic damages and risks but also reinforces local problems, that path is neither rational nor viable. To unblock China's stalled transition to socialism, or, more accurately, to reverse its transition to capitalism, is not to subscribe to a teleology of any predestined outcome. There is nevertheless an advantage in China to be appreciated, that socialist transition began earlier and endured for a sustained period of time with some lasting effects, and that socialism has never vanished, but is rather a stubborn negating force cutting into the processes of capitalist construction and destruction. Moreover, while one of the main tragedies of the communist revolutions is that they failed to establish a truly democratic state form, a failure primarily attributable to the overwhelming power of counter-revolution, the legacies of China's experimental revolutionary and socialist democracy can be viewed from the local lens of desires and knowledge, in contrast with state adaptation to market dictatorship in an authoritarian neoliberal era. Without another violent revolution, the tenacity or fragility of the CCP would be at once contingent on and decisive for the next stage of China's protracted post-socialism and potential reorientation. If the optimism is not groundless regarding a degree of the internal solidity of the polity and the potential revolutionary protagonism of its people in China 16 and if the socialist energy released by fighting the pandemic can mount, then the PRC may have a chance to lead the way, a long way, in socializing the means and factors of production, and in decommodifying society and founding democratic socio-economic management. After all, Socialist China has had extensive experience with a modern moral economy of rural and urban commons geared towards the dignity and well-being of labor and the people. That the aspiration of socialism is still popularly alive is a case in point. In a bridgeable distance from the Marxist students committed to the working class, there has also emerged a new generation of socialists who have been engaged in vibrant online forums debating the issues of the day. One example is Bilibili. Although the majority of its 170 million followers may not yet be consciously political, at the same time the growth of independent thinking and social participation has been noticeable. More widely, there are tens of millions of idealistic millennials as volunteers devoted to non-confrontational public good activism. 17 Young professionals and activists are working in community regeneration, anti-poverty projects, rural reconstruction, social care, tech support, charity services, and much else. They are not constitutive of a civil society in an antagonistic relationship with the state, but new agents of change, belonging to 2 million registered civil organizations and many more informal networks frequently collaborating with local government, Communist Youth League and Women's Federation branches. Any viable pathway to empowering a transformative politics requiring joint labor and social struggles, however, is still murky under a regime in fear of tracing its original class basis. This is the last struggle, unite for tomorrow. As the Chinese saying goes, crisis also signals opportunity, it can potentially spark real change. Yet, just as likely, the momentum gained for a socialist countermove after China's resounding first-stage success in controlling the virus could slip away. Taking into account the entire socialist groundwork behind it, recall Marx's sense of urgency about rescuing the Russian Mir for a communist transition, the finest chance that history has ever offered to a nation not to undergo all the fatal vicissitudes of the capitalist system could be missed quickly. 18 For China to seize the moment, it must above all continue to combat the pandemic in a likely second wave, and beyond its borders. It must share coronavirus research information and vaccines regardless of intellectual property or profit considerations, commit quality medical equipment supplies to others and cancel debt for poor and stranded countries. These can be first steps away from neoglobalism while also enforcing other collective efforts at a halt to arms race and climate crisis. The strategic task is thus to discard the ideology of developmentism or growth centrism, also noting the contribution to ecological devastation by multinationals operating on Chinese land. China has indeed promoted green consciousness, led exploration of wind and solar power, and begun to construct special ecological zones. But it is also the world's largest emitter, and its soaring carbon emissions account for 28% of the global total. It faces the paradox of having to cling to coal-fired power plants in order to be more energy self-reliant, before clean energy can dominate and old energy-intensive industries shrink. In 2020 the government issued 5 times more business licenses for coal mining than it did in 2019. Rather than divesting fossil fuels, most new projects are still based in them. 19 Under the 2015 Paris Climate Accord, China's emissions would peak around 2030. In September 2020 the official commitment was extended to reaching carbon neutrality by 2060. Without fundamentally remaking the infrastructural state, however, these could end up vain pledges. More fundamentally, the plan of green financing through a carbon trade market, with a newly set up National Green Development Fund of 88.5 billion yuan, is ambiguous yet delusive, insofar as the colossal plenary crisis cannot be solved within the framework of capitalist market mechanisms. While negotiations between rich and poor countries over emission caps and credits would never settle fairly and effectively, fundamental contradictions between carbon neutrality and unending growth continue to trap China. Given the need to maximize growth, employment, and consumerism, China's leaders find they have no choice but to let the polluters pollute. This applies to many BRI projects as well, which amplify flaws of a domestic pattern. Ultimate, carbon politics has to be post-capitalist to break the short-sighted mismanagement of climate change under market dictation. It is really time that the fetishization of growth, and along with its standardized modernization and frenetic consumerism, is renounced, even in China and the global south, where nations and peoples have every right to develop. At issue is not the relinquishment of a legitimate right, nor merely the hard constraint of ecological finality. Rather, this is about becoming free from developmentalist alienation as well as the immediate harms of eco-degradation, pollution and depletion of essential resources imposed on everybody everywhere. The inherent logic of developmentalism, as of capitalism itself, is the endless accumulation of capital and a distorted market demand severed from any socially rational and proportionate needs. Its intrinsic polarizing tendency reproduces commercial homogeneity as much as social disparities, and cannot be a sustainable solution to poverty either. Climate struggle is also class war, as the world's richest 1% live lavishly and generate emissions double those of the entire poorest half of the human population. China's population has a large part in both demographics. 21 Subordinating human needs to the market and its commodity fetishism also entails social psychological victimization, as illustrated by the way in which even leisure pursuits rely on money and commercial facilities, and participate in a culture of competitive consumerist fantasies. The rhythm of capital directs market actors. In China, the mode of unbridled consumerism exploded when investments flooded in, for maximum absorption of exponentially increasing volumes of capital in forms of consumerism that had the shortest possible turnover time. 22 In fact, if an economy deemed healthy must be maintained by cycles of needless production and excessive consumption, does that not mean that the doctrinal fundamentals around demand and supply in received theories of economics are questionable? Contradictions between the logic of capital and our finite earth are not manageable within a system that thrives on billions of people paying for it with their livelihood. These contradictions also disrupt the world's food chain, driving the planet into a multifaceted catastrophe. A different mode of production must reconfigure capital and replace unsustainable growth from overproduction in coexistence with class-divided overconsumption and underconsumption. China needs another liberation of the mind to pursue an alternative, flouting the chimera of capitalist universality and the modern standardization of industrialism, urbanism, and private property supremacy. The option of degrowth, beginning with halting urbanization and neoliberal globalization, has never been so pressing. And again, such a reverse course with China in the lead, thanks to its incomplete global integration, is not unthinkable under mounting geo-ecological pressures on coordinated actions of countries. At stake is the impasse of ecological annihilation and barbaric horrors, hunger, conflict, extreme climate conditions, and masses of refugees on a planetary scale, and the stark choice of socialism or barbarism more urgently than ever before. The post-pandemic moment provides China with an impetus to take the hypothesis of eco-socialism as ambitiously and realistically as it can in order to conceive of a very different future. Dialectic of revolution and counter-revolution. The communist revolution in China changed the fate of the Chinese people and redrew the map of the modern world. Chinese socialism underwent major detours, resisting Stalinist statism while battling global capitalism with its hot, cold, and other wars, even threat of nuclear attacks. The market transition of 1978 promised a socialist fine-tuning and had broad consensus before it unexpectedly entered a radical phase after the long 1980s, leading to the overhaul of party ideology, economic structure, and consequently class and social relations, as well as foreign policy. As socialism is overwhelmed by a developmentalist nationalism, the previous equilibrium of a dialectic triad of socialism, nationalism, and development has broken down since the 1990s. 23 On the other hand, the near eradication of abject poverty is the biggest transformation of its kind the world has ever seen. Here again, dependency theory's zero-sum thesis has to bend to account for the Chinese case, although the various brakes now put on it by the capitalist core economies and indeed capitalist ecological destruction also reconfirm the limit on catching up. On the scale of modernity and history, this trajectory can be clarified in a double narrative of revolution and counter-revolution. The communist revolution in China began with a new bourgeois democratic phase, in an agrarian semi-colonial society. Its subsequent socialist development under the PRC state was then twice jeopardized, first by the failed continuous revolution of Maoist attempts to overcome bureaucratization, and next by the accomplished market reforms under Dengist regimes. The latter ended the revolution and normalized the state in which the ruling CCP no longer assumed a revolutionary organization. Granted the perspective of the socialist transition as a very long historical period, as Mao put it, the 1960s represented the first interruption, an abortive revolution within the revolution. The period from the 1990s onwards constituted another interruption, this time counter-revolutionary in the sense that neoliberal development turned against much of what 1949 had stood for. If the 2012 Chongqing clampdown only temporarily appeared as the last milestone in the Chinese path of negating socialism because of an element of power struggle, then the 2018 suppression of JASIC workers and their student supporters was an unambiguous indication of the completion of a great reversal. The original intention of both communist revolutionaries and socialist reformers was negated, though not irreversibly, contrary to the baffling official discourse. Strategically, this double narrative can be read as a dialectical shift between revolution's victory and defeat. Wang Hui circumstantiates these terms in their subject's persistent effort to act on the weak links of counter-revolution while redefining revolution itself, for the real measure of failure is not the failure as such but whether the logic of struggle continues. 24 Confronted with the monumental retreat from socialism and emancipation in China, not substantially different from the ruined zones of historical communism, unrepentant socialists must first resolve if they will not change the will to change, breaking despair and impasses across the horizon. They may well begin with urging an open debate on the nature of today's Chinese state and society, in which the concept of class will return as compass to stimulate political renewal. This is premised on the converging signs of a new turning point. The looming scale of the party's post-pandemic agendas is significant, to the extent that with a big dose of self-critical soul-searching, China can take back the torch of socialism and become an epoch-changing power. The function of historical indeterminacy and contingency is such that intensified external anti-China forces have aggregated important internal changes. The party's proposals are cautious, but one visible gesture is its plenum communiqué, which indicates the need of enlarging and consolidating SO's, self-reliant technological capacity, urban, rural integrated social security and climate change actions. However limited, some steps are already taken, from halting private monopolization to backing off from land privatization. Apparently, new American Cold Warriors are doing China a great service by compelling its leadership to stop wavering and to furnish a rejuvenation of its socialist ambitions. This enticement turns out to be necessary to smash any lingering illusions about win-win capitalism and the neoliberal utopia. Rather than making even more steep concessions, it is in the fundamental interests of the Chinese people to be more independent from a system that draws their sweat to keep itself going. China could catalyze a spatial revolution in the world economy, with wider implications given its current economic gravity. For such a counter-transformation to happen, the party's emerging shift needs to be developed and deserves a positive response from the left. A popular subject of transformative and emancipatory politics will detect and craft openings from history's artificial closures constructively. This re-accentuated politics would in both cognition and practice cohere the century-long socialist struggle in China that has never ceased, even only as an undercurrent. Marx's famous passage makes concrete sense for contemporary socialist struggles and is worth reading again. The proletarian revolutions would consistently engage in self-criticism, and in repeated interruptions of their own course. They return to what has apparently been accomplished in order to begin the task again. With merciless thoroughness they mock the inadequate, weak, and wretched aspects of their first attempts. They seem to throw their opponent to the ground only to see him draw strength from the earth and rise again before them, more colossal than ever. They shrink back again and again before the immensity of their own goals, until the situation is created in which any retreat is impossible, and the conditions themselves cry out, hic Rhodus, hic Salta. Here is the rose, dance here. 25. 100 years ago, the small group of communist representatives, who secretly gathered in the French concession in Shanghai to formally found the CCP, escaped police pursuit by conducting the last day of their Congress in a humble boat on the suburban South Lake in Jiaxing. Later this side of the red boat became a tourist attraction. How a tiny party, facing formidable obstacles and ready to go through fire and water, grew to make the world's largest modern social revolution is something epically awesome. Nothing can be more tragic if those many millions who joined the revolution and sacrificed their youth and lives on its arduous path are forgotten in a gilded age of materialism and cynicism. As Pungai laments, capitalist surges are allowed to destroy revolution and its fruits of socialist goals including economic equality, human emancipation, and people's democracy, which the vanguard of revolution shed its blood to achieve. When the revolution was hysterically denounced and dismantled, blood was shed in vain. 26 Refusing surrender, the socialists, by asking themselves if the immensity of their own goals remain true a century after the birth of the CCP, and if the manifold human and natural disasters of capitalist globalization have not reached the point at which any retreat is impossible, must reclaim the revolution's original ideal. If the centennial commemoration of the party will not slip into a self-congratulating and formalistic farce, it can facilitate critical scrutiny and political regeneration. In the dialectic of revolution and counter-revolution, the specter of socialism persists in haunting us.